Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live trading virtual trading journal. How's that for a mouthful first thing in the morning? It's the 17th of December, 2025. Boy, how time flies, eh? So, looking at the starting soon screen here, the screen snap that I had posted there, the price is trading at 42.25 quarter. How long ago do you suppose that was on the ES? Not that long. Anyway, good morning. This is my virtual trading journal, as I said. I am not monetized in any way, so likes and subs are great. That's good feedback, definitely, and contribute in the chat. I am not licensed to provide on financials. I don't have a Series 3 or any of that stuff, so I'm not licensed to provide financial or trade advice, and I don't intend to. And there's also a disclaimer in the description here, but I do trade live, my own live funded account, which funded by me, and I trade it with complete transparency and accountability. So I discuss as I anticipate interacting with the market, when I enter, and what the outcome is, and it's all recorded, both the video, and it's all recorded live in real time, the video, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I'm thinking. So that's the story here. This is, again, my virtual trading journal. So I'm talking to myself the majority of the time, and I'm trading live, and I'm thinking out loud, and I'm letting anybody that wants to look and listen over my shoulder very definitely invited. So there you go. Let's look at the numbers here today so far now. It's kind of a quiet day. Yesterday was a big, pretty big one with non-farm payroll for November and some others. Today, we are going to have a more of a quiet day. No real numbers out. There's crude inventory, as always, on Wednesday at 9:30. Excuse me. Tomorrow, however, well, let's look at this week and just get it over with one time. Here was yesterday, huh? Today, tomorrow, we've got CPI, initial jobless, Philly Fed. Friday, we have PCE, Michigan number, and this is triple witching week. So this Friday will be triple witching. It's just expected to be one of, as what I understand. I'm not an options trader, but I expect, or what I hear is that this is going to be the probably the largest option expiration in history. So that'll be interesting. Excuse me. I got a frog and gurgle in my throat here. So quickly, this is investing.com. Ought to be pretty obvious. It is my go-to oldest news site. I prefer the format here for if I'm going to make a screen grab and post into a Discord or something. I prefer this one. You can filter it to whatever you want, wherever you are, any report you want, etc. And it's free. There's also earnings, and there's holidays and dividends, and take your pick. The newer source that I use, also free, is Financial Juice. I don't prefer the docket calendar presentation here, but one thing that they do apart from investing.com is known, established, scheduled financial and economic reporting and events. Financial Juice does things like this right here, which just popped up. they put in these random things, potential market disruptions or things that could have an impact in the auction. They drop those into the chat, into this docket live through the day, which is really important because we're in a kind of unique environment now where, you know, Trump is attending a ceremony for the return of the 2 National Guard folks that were killed in Syria, which is a serious thing, and that's a very nice thing that he's doing, and, you know, that's a presidential thing. But you never know what's going to happen when there's a microphone and a camera, what might be said, and that can definitely present a risk to the market and to us. A risk in that there could be some surprise volatility that we weren't expecting. Over here is more of a live docket or a live squawk box kind of a feel. So that is why I typically use this, and I appreciate the fact that they add these new things in. This wasn't in here 30 minutes ago. Yeah, so that's the news, and let's look at the important stuff now, eh? Get that out of the way. The pre-market. Well, this is IRT, investor.com, investor RT. I suppose the RT stands for real time, I guess. I don't know. This is by Linsoft. It's my charting stuff. These are the micro ES and Q, micro ES high time frame, and market profile. I also plot the same configuration for the minis. But I'm trading the micros now, so that's what I do. That's what we're watching here. This is yesterday's RTH session, and this is the overnight. You can see on all of my screens here in IRT, you see the instrument, the type of the chart, and the session. Never mind the watermark is just also for me confirmation. So here's what we've done all night. It was pretty balanced, ended up pretty balanced yesterday. We've traded up just a little bit out. Here's our open. We're at least 85 to 95% long inventory all night. How do I figure that out? Estimate. Here's our open. Look at how much trade we had below the open and how much above it. Look at the volume. In my opinion, that means that most of the inventory is long overnight. So what would I expect on the open? I would expect that we would have some responsive selling to take profit, would be my guess. And guess is the key word there. This is the NQ. And this is my higher time frame chart, which is I call it the micro composite, or we call it that. It's the RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control, and these high and low volume nodes, which the red and green, the values for these red and green high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap. So do the session prices push to bookmap for both the micro and the minis, by the way. And this is the market profile, which should be self-explanatory. Okay, let's look at bookmap. Speaking of that, here we go. My execution platform. This is the DOME, the book, the price ladder, the order book, whatever you want to name you want to call it. It's the session. It's a list of prices and the resting liquidity at each price, resting orders at each price. This is the micro composite column where I enter manually all those different flags and things that are from the micro composite chart we just looked at. My workflow is when a level has been revisited, I change the text from white to black, then I know it's been revisited and I can take it off the chart. These are the case. This is an example of one of the high and low volume nodes. And let's do this. This is the full session volume profile. It started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through today to 1600. RTH volume profile, which will reset RTH, ETH, right? Now, it's important to know this is not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. So it started at 1700 last night, and it will continue through 1600 today. So it will pick up the volume and plot the volume that's happening in the RTH session also. The RTH session, which will reset, fingers crossed, this morning at 8:30. My statistics column and flags, the first thing I do here is determine the open type for the day for the RTH session today, and then I change the column title to reflect that type because I do that. Remember, this is my virtual journal, right? So any screen snap I look at or refer to the stream, review the stream, when I see that title, that tells me a lot of data about the overnight session without, scrolling up and down and back and forth and all around. And this is the session price column, which pushes automatically from my RT to Bookmap. And I share these levels freely and openly and, gladly with anybody that wants them. Just drop like, subscribe, and throw something in the chat, and I'm happy to share them with you. I push them live and continuously from Sunday night at 1700 Central Standard Time through Friday at 1600. And it's shared via a Google Drive CSV file, and you can just put it in your Cloud Node column or the indicator here or whatever platform you're using, and they push automatically and free, and there you go. Notice there's no indicator on my charts or my Bookmap. POC for the full session, POC for the RTH session. POC, point of control, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 68.80, we've traded 2,809 contracts so far in the overnight. The very split microsecond that one of these levels is 28.10, the POC will move there. Just that simple. And there's also one for the RTH. So there you go. There is a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH, volume weighted average price, which arguably could be considered an indicator because it's calculated. And there's a mid for the RTH. We have a initial balance high and low. You can't see right now because here it is in the lines over here, initial balance high, and the flag is here and it's green, but it's under these other two. Let's see if we can see the low down here. There we go. Here's the initial balance low. Not to be confused with anything mysterious. This is just the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the upcoming RTH trading session. Period. Now, how do I determine the open type to select the correct statistics column? Really simple. There's only 4 open types in the statistics, and there are only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, where would that price, that open, compare with, or how would it compare to the previous close, RTH close? It's higher. How would this open relate or compare with the previous RTH range? Well, we know that right up here is the high from the RTH, because it's buried under here, and I apologize. Here's the RTH profile. So there's the high, and the low is down below it. So it's higher than the close, and it's within range. So this has got to change to Higher in range, eh? I guess I might as well do that. Okay, and there we go. Now we have the title figured out correctly, and if they run it up here, it could be higher out of range. Then I have to change this around, and then you hear me bitch and moan about it a lot. So how do we determine the statistics? Oh, the next thing that we do here, is clear the notes for of the statistics and flags from yesterday, because we're going to put in new ones now. And the statistics come from right here. Notice that IRT graciously highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30, only after the open, obviously. It was lower out of range yesterday. Now we're going to be higher in range. We just decided that, right? And that's right here. So the system looks back at the most recent 1,640 trading days. Of these 1,640 days, we opened higher in range 503 of those days. 30%, 30.7%. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited during the RTH session, upcoming RTH session, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 81.3 times. Watch this, real complicated. Overnight volume point of control. And there you have it, Grasshopper. That's as difficult as it gets. Now what we're going to do is go down the list. The next will be the overnight mid, 75.1. Overnight mid, isn't this cute? This is, in my opinion, the only way to approach the markets, because they are statistical, they are price levels, they're probabilities. It's a random environment. You know, you can do whatever you want, but this is the way I'm doing it, and I'm doing it based on the fact that it's not some epiphany I had, but this is the methodology and the approach used by the most successful traders and hedge fund managers in the world. Ed Thorpe, Jim Simmons, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, pick one. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Let's get back to the stats here. So the next one after the mid is the overnight high at 74.6. And we know that that's hiding right there, huh? Okay. 74.6. And I want to be sure and point out, these are probabilities. These are not hard and fast lines in the sand. They're not guaranteed targets. If you understand probabilities, you'll know that there's an 80.3% chance, meaning there's a 19.7% probability we will not touch this level, right? It's a probability. It's a statistic. It is not a guarantee. Nothing you will ever see that I know of is 100%. There you are. Previous close is 70.2. I want to get somewhere here, so I'm going to keep doing this if I can. I want to IB something. IB low. Oh, there we go. Okay, IB low is 60.6. And the reason I want one of these IBs are this. The initials, right? Because you remember the definition of the initial balance high and low. They mark nothing more complicated than a marker of the high and low of the first 1 hour of the upcoming RTH session. So the minute we open, this flag is going to zoom up here someplace, and the lows and the high is going to drop down here to bracket the current volume profile as it develops for the first 1 hour. And I want to know what this statistic was, so I put the initials by them every time. There you go. IB high, boo, we're up there already. We've already got that. Previous high, 58.4. Again, they're all stacked up. That makes it pretty inconvenient today. Sorry. Value area low. value area high, 71.0. There's the previous value area high. And I didn't get that very, very well done there. And the difference between the value area high or low and the developing value area high or low is as follows. The value area high and low is for the previous auction. And after we open, I'll change my IRT to RTH session only. And developing is for the current auction. Now I'm going to do something which I do every day at 8:20, and that's the TLab snap. And that is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab or the TLab. And it was started and continues to be led by a guy named Tom, who calls himself, Tom B, whatever that, I'm sure his name's Tom, but who knows what the rest of it is. Doesn't matter. And he is reportedly a professional trader with 46 years experience. The thing that appealed to me originally, way back when I first joined or found that place, was that you're never solicited for anything. And that's pretty refreshing nowadays. How many websites can you say that for? Except this one here and, our live streams. Now, it is a Bookmap Discord area or room. And it's sponsored by Bookmap, so obviously they want you to subscribe to Bookmap, but still they don't solicit you to do so. Tom doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. He does stream at one point in the morning for a couple hours after, I think 10:30 till 12 or something, but it's a review. It's a rear view mirror or a look back. He starts before the open and, goes back over looking in the rear view mirror. But I believe that Tom actually is what he says he is, which is a, seasoned professional trader. So I believe I think he is, like I said, I think he's telling the truth. He doesn't show his account or any of that crap, any of those things that most of the time I would require to have before I believe somebody. But I believe Tom. So, and there's a good crew of people in there, and I feel a sense of loyalty to him or gratitude to him and them. So I do 2 snaps a day. The number's around 6 o'clock, and this one right here, to give anybody in there that doesn't have the same kind of charting capability, all the numbers they might want. So there you go. That's the TLab. Now let's look at something that's probably also very important here. To me, anyway. Probably be a good idea to be able to trade, right? The only way you can trade on Bookmap actively, you have to activate the trade control panel. And you have to select a way or a method you will use to trade with the application or interact with the application and trade with your mouse. So if you choose the chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the chart column. If you choose the dome, the only place for the dome columns in both is obvious. I use multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is introduced into my trading, and I don't ever trade without a full set of brackets. This is the smallest risk-neutral package you can use because it needs to be an even number of contracts. 2. Then you need to decide the stop loss I use ticks, stop loss for the entire package. And the first requirement that I recommend you consider is the risk tolerance, risk parameters of your account. And then, 1,000 other variables can come into play. What instrument are you trading? What's the volatility of that instrument? What's the volatility of the market currently, et cetera, et cetera. Once these two values are decided and should be done away from the live market when you're doing your homework, not now before we open in a few minutes. Once these are decided, then the first risk neutral scale, or T1, I refer to it as, is automatic. It's for half of the package and the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then you have the runner, and you can set up whatever, whatever configuration you want. Okay, now that's done. The next step I do is I have these metrics up here, which are reflected here. I don't need any more of the tools in the trade control panel. I confirm the package size. So I can re-click this button. It stays green. It stays unlocked because we've selected a way to trade with the mouse. And I get the real estate back. I have all my metrics. I have cancel and I have close. So now at 8:30, I can trade, or whenever. Okay, so we're ready to trade. We're going to open in about 3 minutes. We've got the trade control panel set. We've selected our bracket. We have our T ready to rock. Yeah, statistics are in place. Thank you very much. They're going to open down here as we decided, higher in range. Yeah, well, there we go. It's going to be kind of a quiet numbers day, as we discussed in the pre-market, I think. Let's hope. Let's hope that random risk band doesn't stage too early. And oh, hey, Panda. Okay, I'm out of cadence now. What was I thinking? Boop, doop, 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 doop. Okay, we're set and ready to rock, I guess. Okay. I feel like I forgot something, but I'm not sure what. This is, again, this is my virtual trading journal. So essentially, I'm talking to myself. The only way I get what I was thinking at the moment into the recording is this voiceover. You can obviously see the screens. I'm looking at both of them at the same time, of course. I tried, and I could stretch the OBS capture across both of these. Might do that one day as a test. They are 32-inch 4K monitors, and when I did it and looked at it with my old eyes, it looked like it would be impossible to share or to have as in the stream. So I don't think that would be a good idea. The stream, by the way, is I broadcast here in 1440p high def. So if it's not sparkly, crisp, and sharp on your YouTube side, hit the gear button and select 1440p. The purpose for streaming this to YouTube, first of all, I stream live every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning till 1500. That's 7 hours. I'm on the screens around, from around 6 until around 9 or 2100. So, 15, 16-hour day. And these are stand-up desks. When I push, oh, there we are. There's the open, but it didn't reset the volume profile column. God damn it. Let's see how long it takes for that to happen. So I'm real conscious about the chapter markers and because I'm not going to stand and listen to 7 hours of this either to see what I want to do, But I am religious about I'm waiting to see how many minutes it's going to take for this volume profile to reset, and then I can try to tweak the reset stuff. I've got it set now at 31, I think. God damn irritating, I'll tell you. Didn't do it. Son of a bitch. That's all I needed to do. But now I'm going to, wait, I can't begin to tell you how frustrating that is. You might be able to tell in my voice, I guess. It's frustrating because, I've used Bookmap now for quite a while, and this has been, everything was fine forever. And then I upgraded to some new version, and of course, this one thing went pear-shaped, and it refuses to come right, and that's just irritating beyond all measure. And even Bookmap support can't figure it out. Their suggestion finally was, why don't you try 7.7 beta and see if that works? Or go back to a previous version that you had if you think you can remember one that worked. I didn't think that was particularly, that wasn't the answer I was looking for, let's put it that way. But, they were honest, right? And they came back and forth and took several log files. They're doing their job. No complaints there. Lena is, if you ever have a Bookmap issue, and you submit a ticket or you go to the live chatty thing and you get a gal named Lena. I guess it's Lena, E-L-E-N-A. You're in luck. She is sharp as 6 tacks, man. Every time I've ever gotten her, she sorted out what's going on in the blink of an eye. Now let's see what the hell I can do. I don't even know. Now, I don't want to clear the resets. Here's how I have the configuration set up. I had it set up for a minute and that didn't work. Early, right? And it still didn't fire. So freaking frustrating. It will even itself out eventually. Right now, my IB high and IRT, which is always my gold standard, is 68.71 quarter. What do we have over here? Well, we're pretty damn close. And the low is something. 58, looks like 58.75. Okay, I guess that's good enough for the government work. The overnight volume point of control changed. You see that? It's right there because it's a live market. So these, the mid and the volume point of control can change right up to just the second before the open. I think somebody might be there. I don't know, Antonio, who. I can't see anybody in the stream. So here we are. We're off and running like a herd of turtles. Let's go. I'm no longer, if you've been around the stream at all, I don't post the migrating VPOC flags anymore in this column. I kind of want the column to stay clear. And I've developed a new technique involving Blue Boy. Where'd Blue Boy go? Here's Blue Boy from the overnight. It's a really top secret indicator here called the vertical line. Ooh, baby, the VL. I love these guys that dream up all this magic crap, and it's just something as plain as the nose on your face. So I put a vertical line on the opening print of each session, best I can, right there. Refer to it affectionately as Blue Boy. My thinking here is that I keep Blue Boy in view. I can glance left and catch him over here. And if I see him, I know that I have the entire session in view on the heat map. So I can have a firm understanding and, perception of the context as it is so far. And that's where I'm at. Now let's get about one price out. So there's 1 point high, and Blue Boy's on the job. So we're off and running here like a herd of turtles. Trump's got some, I saw something, he's supposedly look at us selling down here. What's all this about, do you suppose? No reports, nobody left on third, So is it light volume? Fairly, let's look. Remember when I said I was expecting responsive selling to take profit? Aren't I cute? Well, our ATR is zoomed up here to 4. This means that there's 4 points average true range in a 1 minute bar over 1 minute bars. And our volume is up about 104% average for this time of day. This is in open interest, and I've still not figured out if that chart means anything to me or not, frankly. Also have open interest up here too, by the way. So, okay. Market profile, and this is, come on. This is now the RTH session. This is always the RTH session. We've now converted these to the RTH session so that, and the reason I do that is it keeps the relationship between the value area high and low and the developing value area high and low as expected by myself and all the others who use the session prices that I provide. So we took some of that profit, right? We're back down here almost to the open. What a coincidence. Let's look over here if we can a little bit. Oh, these are all RTH, so we won't have that. Yeah. Here was the close, right? So the RTH open was right about here. I mean, the ETH open was right about here. And what do? Well, we traded right back down to it. Took that profit. Yes. I am not a fortune teller or a soothsayer or anything else, but I, got a fair degree of common sense. So there you go. It's just, and remember, anybody that says anything in the form of a prediction or anything about the market, they got a 50-50 chance, right? This is a random environment, and there's a 50-50. The market can only go up or down. It's binary. So, always remember that. No matter how many tweets they put out, I think if it seems too good to be true, chances are pretty good it is. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, chances are good it's a duck, that kind of deal. Yeah. Where am I? What's up? Going on now? So here we are. I hate these shelves like this. Ledges, whatever you want to call them. I fully expect that we'll trade through that with some some conviction, because you need to have, the auction needs to taper. See what we're doing? And here's the 70.2% for the previous close. So that will mean that they've taken that overnight long inventory right back down to the close. Let's see what else is happening here in Wally World. Okay. Let's hope everything's okay. The hell? Come on, IRT, get it together. I have a pretty robust machine here, and this damn thing just seems to struggle something fierce. I don't know why. There's no lag? I don't get it, frankly. Maybe I need to reboot IRT every morning before the open. I don't know. I work on it pretty hard through the evenings and the earlier evening and night on back testing and stuff. So, buen dia, Antonio. Got a light day today. Crude oil is the only thing we got on the numbers docket, and but of course, there's going to be a couple of microphone moments throughout the day, for sure. They're already scheduling them into Financial Juice. So there's that. And this damn thing. Taking that, definitely unwinding that overnight. Irrational exuberance. Oh, hi, Panda, flopping on the floor. Antonio's here. Yeah, I know you're heartbroken. You're just laying there on the floor like a big black and white lump. Yeah. Yeah. So here we go. Nothing expected surprise-wise, numbers-wise. Crude oil at 930. That's the drama. Now the new thing to try to, misdirection for around the Epstein crap, I guess, is this. Now we're gonna rattle our swords for Venezuela. We got airplanes and ships and aircraft carriers. You got any idea how much money that deployment costs? That's all none of that's ever brought up, right? But, we're going to save money and we need to do this to save, balance the budget. They don't ever say a boo about the cost of all this other crap. And one of the ironic parts of this famous, now we're blockading, apparently, or I should say the U.S. is apparently blockading tankers in and out of Venezuela, except Conoco, of course, which we've given a license to, and they're just pumping oil out of Venezuela and shipping it back, no problem. Jesus. It's Pretty amazing. And we've declared, fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction, and we've declared drug war on this and that and somebody else, and some Colombian cartel as they're now classified as terrorists, and Trump pardons the biggest convicted cocaine dealer, killer of Americans in history, the ex-president of Honduras, Honduras. And he pardons him. Was in jail, convicted and in prison. I don't. It has become so crazy I can't keep up with it, and it's beyond funny as near as I can tell. I don't know what to think. Don't know what to think, and I don't want to stay as far away from politics as I can here, but some of the stuff that comes up is just, what the hell is this? If any other country did it, we'd be screaming and yelling about third world banana republic and all this kind of noise. It's amazing. Well, here we go. Taking some of that back. We still have the yesterday's value area low below us. And we've got that pretty big day yesterday, but ended up, very little direction. A lot of indecision. This is triple witching week too, by the way, Antonio. They expect this, I heard somewhere that they expect this to be the largest options expiration in terms of volume in history. Don't know if it matters to point this out anymore. The difference in these flags at this point in the line is not a bug. It's just a difference in the refresh rate between the cloud note column and the indicator. So there you go. And what was that value area low statistic? I didn't even look. Well, looks like we picked the right open type. See how Bookmap highlights it. Another thing, or IRT, another thing they do that's pretty handy. Each statistic that's revisited in the current session is highlighted. They change the text color from black to blue. So you see we've taken out the POC and the overnight mid and previous value area high and the previous mid and the previous close. And where are we heading now? Well, what I was looking for over here was the value area low, which is right there. That's 56.0. And that's right here. And what's the overnight low? Let's look at that. 49.0. Oh, great. That's a good thing. That's good. What I want to do here is draw your attention to the fact that if we're going to get to 56, we're going to have to get through 49 and 60, right? So that highlights, and I hope highlights the fact that these are just probabilities. They're just statistics of the number of times this level was revisited when we opened higher in range, looking back over 1,641 trading days. Not hard, fast lines in the sand or anything else. There you go. Overnight high, I must have got that wrong. 74.4. What was 74.6? Nothing. I gotta get my fingers working better here, I guess. And you may wonder what in the hell I'm worried or not worried, but why am I updating those? Remember, this is recording, right? This is a live stream in my journal. So if 2 years from now I go back and review the stream, I would like to know that those values are accurate, and the only way I can do that is now. Assuming, of course, I'm not a worm ranch in 2 years. So, okay. Let's just see what we're doing here. 930s is the crude inventories, which is neither here nor there for us typically. Hard to believe. Christmas is next week. Jesus. Overwhelming. Well, well, well. What is all of this? People, those static boys are already hitting the trading, I guess. Something, I'm not sure what. Well, a pretty orderly auction so far. The anticipated responsive selling to take some profit, and where are we? Right back where we started. you know, right just back to yesterday's close and a little above it. So that could be the a harbinger of things to come today. You never know. Oh, let's see what the reports are. Lack of anything better to do here. So here we go. This is a new one. Okay. Yeah. You can tell these. Here we go. This is the kind of stuff we need to be careful about. For lack of a better word, I call it unidentified critical risk. I think I've actually got a hotkey for it. I don't know what to say. It's not a political comment, but it is very definitely something that you better pay attention to if you plan on being in the trading business for very long. Or if you plan on trading as a business, let me put it that way. And it's unusual. We've not had an environment like this before where we have a continual possibility of a big disruption to the market. And I go back to my usual yeah. Just looking here. Yeah. Example, right? 200. You see, watch the volume here. This, wherever I put my mouse, this info box reflects that. There's 229 points. Multiply it by 4 if you like to use ticks. Sell off based on a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. Because, now, if you were in a trade or you were not definitely bracketed and protected with stops and things, you had a real bad day right here. Your account could have been history. It's not a political comment. It's a fact. Trump tweeted he got mad at something he thought China did, tweeted at 10 o'clock in the morning on Truth Social, of all things, not even, not a press conference or anything else, just to pick up the phone and tweet or twit or whatever you call it. And turns out it hadn't happened, and turns out the thing he threatened he was going to do didn't happen either. So essentially it was a non-event, but here's what happened to them. Here's what the market thought about it. perfectly his right. He can do whatever he wants to do, obviously. But boy, if you're in a trade and you're not actively protecting your account, then you had a bad day. So I call it unrecognized critical risk, and that's the environment we live in. He's in it. What seems to be happening is what I kind of figured out is that anytime some of those guys, especially Trump, gets near a microphone or a camera, you got to be on guard. Have all your safety measures in place. Don't, in my opinion, my advice, don't, limit the amount of time you expose your account to the market risk. And when you do so, make sure it is a properly vetted, statistically vetted setup and an A+ one. And be sure you've got all your brackets and everything in the market. What else can you do? I don't know. If anybody knows what else there is, what another approach, let me know. I'm all ears. And it's unique to this administration. It never happened before. We have risks to the market, and we know them very well. We know that we have here. Let's look at yesterday. And this is the great part here. Okay, here's yesterday. We know non-farm payroll was scheduled yesterday, well in advance at 7:30. Typically, for the last 25 years that I know of, non-farm payroll has been scheduled for the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. That's not a surprise to anybody. We know that it's a huge number. It has a big impact potential on the market, on the auction. So you can mitigate for it. You can be in the market. You can back test, different strategies if you want to try to trade it, or you can be away from it. That's not a problem. We know that. All of these things are scheduled and well known long in advance. These things are not. Now, this is a very presidential thing to be doing I forget what they call it. Basically, the bodies of the two National Guard that got killed in Syria recently are flying home, and he's going to go, greet that, or dignified something they call it. I'm sorry, I don't remember. I don't mean to slight it, but it's a good thing for him to do. It's a presidential thing to do. And hopefully that's where it'll stop. But there's going to be cameras and a microphone, so who knows? Look at what he said about the brutal stabbing murder of Rob Reiner and his wife. Jesus Christ, That's, you never know what might happen. So there you go. There you go. And here we go. Now we're around the curve on that first 1 hour. So our first bracket's in over here. 30-minute brackets and market profile, which I suppose you know. The initial balance is not a thing yet, the statistic. It is plodding along okay, so that's marvelous. And that brings me to where I am as far as a trading in a business here. I believe the correct approach to trading, if you want it to be your long-term, consistently profitable business, is to approach it from a statistical and probability point of view and understand that it's a random environment, pretty much. The outcome of the next trade is very definitely 50-50. It's a binary event. It's a coin flip. What can the market do? Tick up or tick down, period. Can't go sideways, can't go at an angle, can't do any of that stuff. It can only go up or down. That's binary as far as I'm concerned. So how the hell do you approach it and make some sort of sense out of it? And I suppose that's a good time right there to stop and say, this is the way I approach the market. It's not my way or the highway. If you want to be a gunslinger, by guess and by goss, by hunch, whatever the hell it is, moon cycles, whatever, and you're consistently profitable, don't change. Do that and share it in the chat. I'd love to hear it. This is a lot of work. The way I go at it, it's a lot of work. I spend hours away from the market, back testing and doing stuff. So the way I approach it is a statistical business. In order to do that, you have to identify a reoccurring pattern or setup or instance, whatever you want to call it, that can have some identifiable parameters, and then you capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and those parameters and determine mathematically, statistically, does this thing have an edge expectancy or not? If it does, and this is all done away from the market in your homework sessions, whatever you call them. Then during the live market, your job as a trader is to take that setup every time it presents itself and lean on the law of large numbers to manifest the edge or the expectancy to your account. And our primary job as a trader is to protect and grow or compound our accounts. Isn't it? I mean, maybe if your objective is to gamble and get an adrenaline rush, that's a different thing. This is the way I'm approaching it. So the trades that I have identified first and that I have vetted, and I'll go all about the back testing and all that stuff after a bit here, are the initial balance trades. There are two. Initial balance price takes out the statistic and continues. What is that called? Initial balance, the continuation trade, the IBC. The other one is reader to the mean, failure, IBF. If you look at this, if you look at the context for the day so far, what is it? Pretty well rotational and balanced, is it not? So if it were now 9:30 and the IB statistic was active, what would be the suspected trade? It would be a IB failure, which is basically a mean reversion setup, hung on the IB levels. So they're hence the name IB failure. Because it's a rotational day. Do you think it would be a more probable outcome that we trade up and haul ass to the top or bottom? Not looking at the context that we have right now. We're in a 41 to 71. We got a 30 handle range right now on the MES, and it's rotational. So when the IB statistic happens, my initial thought, not preconceived idea, not what I think is going to happen, but I would anticipate that it would be that an IB failure would set up and be the likely suspect. I chose the initial balance trades to vet first because there are two that provided me two vetted trades, a continuation, one to expect in a directional market, and an IBF or a failure to expect in a rotational market. And, what the hell do I know? I'm an old cowboy from Montana. Come on, I can tell you about breaking a quarter horse to ride, but, there you go. This is a work in progress. Absolutely. Remember, it's my virtual journal, and I'm doing this because I'm doing it like this on YouTube because I don't multitask well. And for me to be screen snapping and typing and doing all those things at the same time as I'm trying to trade, it doesn't work out well on either case. So this way, all of the stuff that I'm looking at is captured, and my thinking at the moment is captured by my voiceover. So it's great. And remember that OBS and stuff is free. I mean, you don't have to have the microphone and the stuff like I do, but I wanted to give myself the best tools to try to make this as simple and straightforward as I could. I believe in that. And give yourself an advantage. So at 9:30, we'll have the initial balance trades. At 9:30, the pullback and continuation zones, which I track on from my back testing and my trading environment, will materialize over here on the book map. What they look like now is, what to expect is this, and they will have labels attached to them. So these are remember, there's two trades. There's a continuation trade and a failure trade on the IB high, and the same on the IB low, period. These lines and levels here just are visual indicators that I built for this chart so that I could try to confirm in my own mind that stuff is happening when and where I think it ought to. Which reminds me, I don't think I've pushed the system to the chart yet. So two things we're going to do here. We're going to confirm that this is not, okay, this is a straight up two-lot risk neutral configuration like we talked about in Bookmap, like I have set up. Okay, that's good. That's a good thing. And now I want to be sure that this has been pushed to this chart. And then I will tell you something about that here in a second. Okay, it's not there. That's good. Stand by one. Okay, so I am now going to push this system, send it to the chart. All right, watch this. Now, I'm going to get rid of these levels because they just clutter up the scene as far as I'm concerned. This is what a trade will look like when plotted here. This is yesterday. Okay, and now, and these are some of the signal markers. And again, these are just on this chart. The actual system that I use for back testing is here. And it's now just, make believe or sim trading. And I want to point out very definitely, and this is trading within the IRT simulator. I've got this note here to confirm I've selected the right account. I'm anal about this, right? And here is the trading list, which if you do not, you must have an instrument in this particular quote page before IRT can actually send a trade to the broker. And I definitely do not want IRT sending a trade to the broker. I want to see these and make sure they happen correctly. And in the simulated environment, when I see, this is yesterday, okay, so this is over here today. When I see this happening and confirm that these flags are working it's gotten to be a pretty complicated system. I manually take the trade as signaled in IRT in Bookmap myself, because this is the live account, my AMP account funded by me. That's why I'm trading micros. I take a full stop of 24 ticks on 12 ticks each on two contracts is $30. That is not a dramatic or a extreme risk. It's about 0.0% or 0.06% on the account. It's $5,000 account I funded it with to start with. Okay? Transparent and open. Why not? Why? Who am I? Remember, this is my virtual trading journal. Who would I be trying to bullshit? Me? You know, I'm sharing this stuff live and direct and as transparent as humanly possible. You can see what's going on with IRT just to give me signals. Here's a perfect example of why I don't want this trading live. This, beautiful, huh? Wouldn't you love to make 104 ticks on this little entry right here? This is not correct. Yes, there's T1. It passed over T2 for whatever reason, and I have not been able to figure that out yet. It went on to the end of day rule that I have, because I have a rule that flattens out any positions at 1430, and that's what it did. And it turned out to would have been beautiful, but not what I planned. So, in my opinion, that's a bad deal. I took one trade yesterday that was scheduled, and it stopped. So that's also completely transparent. And, look back at yesterday's stream. Here's actually a snap, to be honest with you. There you go. And this is how I do the snaps on the stream here and to paste into my static journal. There's a complete breakdown from IRT's trading statistics. Bookmaps trading statistics. There's the complete screen grab, including everything about the data. And there's the entry, and there was T1, and T2 was down below here. I didn't do a very good job with the snap, including that. And there's a stop, and there's the outcome. Boom, live, real. There's that. There's the 24 ticks. I don't know how to be more transparent. Yeah, so we are now waiting for 9:30, at which time I will anticipate the system to, first of all, this IB statistic will be a thing, which is the first rule in the trading system, and I'll just anticipate them as they come. Now, that's one of I got to say, that's a psychological uplift for sure. When you trade a vetted setup rather than just whipping and spurring and clicking and banging and, by gosh and by golly, nothing's a surprise. You anticipate it. Well, okay, here's the IB stat. That's the first rule. Okay, cool. We got the first rule out. Now we're going to get into the pullback zone or the continuation zone. Okay, that's the second rule. That's B. And now we're watching for the trigger. And when the trigger happens, you enter the trade without thinking about it. Are you going to win? How the hell do I know? It's 50-50. I backtest these systems over a minimum of 500 days, or roughly 500 days, 488, whatever it turns out to be. And roughly around 1,000, 1,100, sometimes 800 trades. There are so many long, so many short. There's so many win, there's so many loss, there's so many scratch, depending on the setup. There you go. That's called statistics, probabilities, and properly vetting a trade. At the end of all of that, do I have an edge? Does that system have an edge? And let's look at that right now, actually, while we're just kind of hanging around here doing nothing, waiting. These are the back tests. Every one of these is these are the various entry parameters and criteria. 493 days, 762 trades, 1,103 trades, 1,077 trades. Each one of these is a back test over this many days with this setup over this many days. And here are all the stats about every one of them, including, which I stopped doing actually because it didn't mean much to me, standard deviation, average return index, Sharpe ratio, Sortino, that alpha, correlation, beta. Those things didn't really resonate. I just, that's a report that's very easily generated by just applying a tick box in the backtesting setup of IRT. But here are all the back tests. 480 days, whatever. All the different configurations for entry, trailing, stops, whatever that I've thought of to try to improve the system. And on top of that, then, every day, every time I take a trade since November 1st, when I went live on the AMP account, there are all the trades and the results, including yesterday. Wait a minute. I just lied to you. And I didn't put yesterday in here yet. I put it in static and I didn't add it. Okay, well, we can do that. We can do that right now. What was yesterday? That's the next question. 16, 12, 25. Well, that's good. You can see how this works. Minus 24 ticks. I thought I did that. Maybe I just didn't save it. 2. And it's 24, 12, 48. There you go. There are the statistics plotted, exactly calculated. This tool is to systematically and hopefully logically determine when I scale up from micros to minis. There's the account starting balance. My methodology and my thinking here is these are both based. This is based on a 2-lot risk neutral package, like described in the pre-market. So what my plan is, or my premise is, that I will trade micros until I have enough positive ticks to be 1.33 times the risk neutral 2-lot mini full stop, and that happens to be 319 ticks. I don't know I don't know a more systematic way to do it, frankly. And I don't know why this damn thing all of a sudden doesn't want to do the I don't know, who knows why the color changed here. The formatting is weird. Anyway. So there you go. That's how it works. I don't know another way to approach it. More systematically, more transparently, and more of a business way to go. That's how I do my business. There you go. Transparent enough for you. Here we got this guy. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent launches something. Launches what? This guy, previous to being appointed as the Treasury Secretary for the United States, had his own hedge fund and promptly lost all of the billions of investor money. Google it. Never ceases to amaze me the way things happen nowadays. Like, son of a bitch, really? Now, back to the business at hand here. Remember the statistics. This is not a trade. And you'll notice that these pullback and continuation zones aren't plotting. That's because it's not 9:30 yet. When it's 9:30, they will. And at 9:30, those will push to IRT or to Bookmap. Let me point out that 2 days ago, we didn't achieve either the IB high or the IB low, which is the first statistic. And we know about statistics right here, don't we? Last 2 days ago, we didn't. Now, the statistic is as follows. The reason people pay a lot of attention to it, it's the most probable of all. There is a greater than 97.4% probability that we will achieve, price will revisit the IB high or low at some point between 930 and 1600 today. That's the stat. So there you go. Now everybody knows everything. And if you're betting or trying to trade or whatever initial balance trade, that's got to be first, because otherwise it's not, you know. And you know, Tuesday or Monday or whatever the hell day it was. I guess Monday, because today's Wednesday. It had to be Monday, yeah. We stood here all day and then just flopped back and forth in between here, doodly doodly doo, and nothing ever happened. There was no stat, there was no trade, there was nobody left on third. There you go. What is the probability of that? Well, right now, today, it's a 97 point, whatever it was, 5% chance or something. That means it's a 2.5% probability that you won't take either one. Nothing, you'll notice in the statistics, nothing is 100%. So there you go. There you go, Bobo. And that's a fairly rare occurrence. I only remember it one other time in recent history. I mean, that I've been, you know, actively streaming and paying attention to it. It was a couple of months ago. On a Friday, we did that. Obviously, it's not there's not the number of times. I suppose you could figure that out, but you know, over 1,600 days, we achieve both like 100 times. If you're a clever math kid, I'd have to take my shoes off to do that math, but you could figure out what the 2.5% of 60, how many days that is out of 1,600. And that's how many days that it's happened in the past 1,600 days. Simple math, statistics, boom. One of the things, while I'm standing here waiting for the stat, one of the things that is important to understand about statistics and probabilities, they are that. You know, they're just the occurrences that have happened X% of time over the look back period. And it's really important to do your statistics over a statistically significant data set, which is as far outside of the possibility of random distribution as you can get. And what does all of that mean exactly? If you flip a coin, we all know a coin's 50-50. Flip it 10 times. Are you surprised that you got more heads than tails or more tails than heads? No, nobody would be. That's random distribution. You know the coin's 50-50. But a random distribution of occurrences in a small data set is normal. I mean, that's not surprising to anybody. So what you want to do when you're doing your back testing and calculating your statistics for your expectancy and your probabilities on a setup is to capture a large enough data set to be outside, hopefully outside random distribution. That's why I look at 500 days back and, you know, 1,000 trades or more, you know, that kind of thing. I'm trying to do best I can here. Anybody that's got a better suggestion or knows better, just speak up, drop something in the chat. Like, subscribe. If you don't want to chat, just send money. You know, that works too. Oh, that might be even better yet, actually. I'm not necessarily, I don't necessarily admire, well, I generally don't admire these internet guru types, but I am impressed with their the way they approach the business. I mean, like some of these guys that have these, the big bullshit about a win rate and all this kind of stuff. And then they don't ever talk about the number of trades that they have in there. There, it's 9:30. Did you see that? Bam, here's all our pullback stuff. I know without even looking that we've passed 9:30. The initial balance statistic is hot as of now. So back to what I was saying. Who knows if they can trade or not? If they figure out ways to dummy it up. I guess there's all kinds of things you can do to make it look like you're trading and not really be. And where are they making their money? They're making it on subs. One guy who's, I won't mention a name, but somebody had done some digging into it that I believe does that accurately and without prejudice. Well, the guy has his Discord room behind a paywall where he mentors or whatever, and just the numbers of members in that Discord room behind the paywall is like $15 million at a one-time payoff. Jesus Christ. Good for him, man. Hats off. I wouldn't think of that. I don't think I would feel good doing that. But what are you going to do? I guess, what's that other guy, the fair value guy? ICT or something. I forget his name. Apparently same idea. Actually, there's a recording of him somewhere saying, I made all my money mentoring via Twitter and YouTube and rather than trading. Cool. I mean, the couple of times he's joined the Robbins Trading Cup, he's just blown his account up, spectacularly in a very short period of time. I guess. I focus my spare time on trying to vet my trades and figure out something positive for me rather than digging around trying to look up stuff on other people. These are just things I'm regurgitating here that I've come across over years, But I am always skeptical when I see somebody with a big, I've got a huge, phenomenal win rate and a this and a that and a something else. I always my first question is, wow, that's really great. Over what day is that? How many trades, whatever. I can have a pretty phenomenal record over 3 trades also. So there you go. All right. Here we go. Here's today. Here we're plotting. Have we taken an IB low? Nope. So far the signals look okay. I'm trying to do this sequential story up here. Let's see if it works. And I'm going to well, let's see what happens here. This damn thing. Try to get this one open. There we go. Opened up a little bit. Now it's thinking. There we go. Kind of get some breathing room here. Well, are they going to take the IB low? Looks like that's where they're going, doesn't it? Am I doing everything right? I guess so. Okay, let's get over here. See where we are. Looks like we're going to come down here to the IB low, so I'm going to get ready to start thinking about this trading story. And I'm going to get rid of this heat mappy thing because I don't really need that. And I want to see my levels here. See how things come together. Pretty quick, I'll insult you all by throwing some candlesticks on. Oh, there we go. Now there's a big dump through the IB. Okay, I got to do the candlestick thing because this is a real opportunity there. That was the crude inventory at 9:30. I'm guessing. And here's the candlesticks, and here is 1 minute. Too small. There's 1 minute. Now per the signals, I have an A, which means that the candle took the IB, open above, close below. The preceding candle, open was higher than the close. That's correct for the IB low. So the IB stat A is in place. And if you don't believe me, there we are. Now, the B signal is not correct because this is the continuation zone, and one of my rules, right or wrong, is that it needs to be closed within that. If we get up here for a close in there, there'll be a B, and then the next order of business would be the pullback to the trigger, and we'd be short, and Bob's your uncle. What are you going to do? IRT kind of struggles here, but so let's look. And the reason I put these candlesticks on is because of that relationship between the previous candle, etc., right? So we didn't close in the pullback, in the continuation zone. And now we don't have a trigger because this is the trigger. Oh, okay, let me, here's the IB. These are the trigger zones. This is the continuation zone. This is the pullback zone. All real simple. If you look at the chart over there, you can see nothing's hidden. The levels, if you have IRT, let me know, and I'm happy to share the definitions with you. Chart def, you just drop it on your IRT, and poof, that'll be in front of you. But it's real simple. IB, trigger zone, 1 point above either side. Pullback zone, 3 to 5 points above the, that side of the inside of the IB, and the continuation zone, 3 to 5 points outside the IB. IB high or low. Simple. Remember, I'm an old cowboy from Montana. Simple is good. That's where I come from. Now the session, the goddamn system is taking a trade, and all the signals are there, but I don't see the B flag. I see the signals. I don't see the B flag or the trigger, and it's now in the money. Already had a risk neutral scale, and I'm standing here talking. So I've got to figure out. One thing I did notice the other day was that I'm not in that trade. There we are. There you go. And I don't know why I'm not seeing the B signal or the trigger, and that's griping my ass big time. I'm trying to get this worked out sequentially based on these V-pound variables because I share this with some guys, and I want them to be able to have an not unconfusing and, I want it to be a help, not a hinder or a confusion. I guess that's the best way to say it. So and if I'm confused, I'm pretty sure somebody else would be too, eh? I'm the one that created it. I'm Frankenstein here. Well, that's just pretty freaking irritating there now. Son of a gun. Well, where that thing fired was right here. Fired on that one right there. In my opinion, that's not correct. Oh, damn, I got to get this candle story figured out. And I apologize for being a dork, but hey, that's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm streaming this thing. I can review this outside the market, you know, the pressure of the market or whatever, the stimulation of the market. And wouldn't it be lovely to be in that short, in that long short right there? This would be an IB continuation from the short side, from the bottom side. So it's a short. If it's an IB continuation off the IB high, it's a long. So damn, there's the IB stat. That could be the, I got to see the rules. That is a close in the zone, but also the high up in the trigger. And what I'm trying to get away from is two signals on the same bar, but that's maybe just be stupid. I mean, it's stupid now because the thing is almost to T2. How frustrating. I got to stop talking so much and trying to explain stuff and focus on trading. I should have been watching the signal, and the minute that hit, thrown along over here. That's how I've been doing it. And there we are. There's T2. So there's the first trade, in and out. Boom, 1, 2, 48 ticks. No heat, 0 heat. Oh, yes. So pleased. Well, I am pleased that the system's working okay, I guess. It would be a lot nicer if it was putting, you know, a trade in the bank or two. And we could have a sell-off from hell here. You never know. Well, that didn't work out at all. Like, I need to be sure. This is where the stream is helpful, because with YouTube, whatever this thing is, with Bookmap, the replay is pretty much lifelike. Of course, you see the big, you know, progress bar across the top, and it says replay down here and all that. So, you know, not to be confused with trying to bullshit people, but when I review this and replay it, I can watch exactly as these happen and see what's going on with IRT. I wish IRT did that replay. Absolutely. That is one place it does not work. They have a replay function. Absolutely useless on my system anyway. I don't know whether my system's too complicated for it or what the hell, or I have too many things open or what, but I tried to use it over the weekend and it was just like way stupid. Well, boy, isn't this disappointing. Wow. Oh. And I am still disappointed as to why I don't have the B signal and the trigger visually. Obviously, I do have, because the system took a trade right here. But I want these visually to appear as here, and only in sequence. The way I used to have it is they just fired when that criteria for that signal was met, and they were all over the place, which was okay for me because I realize they need to be sequential. But for somebody like one of the other people that are traders that are trying to use it, I thought confusing. Look at us go. Son of a gun. Somebody in static, you can bet on that one. Yeah, Rod got a big pop. Yeah, I am really disappointed there. What was it previous low? $34.9%. I guess maybe the economy isn't as it's being touted by some of those fellers in the administration. Yep. Man, that is disappointing. Look at there. Oh. I don't know what to do about that. What do you think? I'll tell you what I have to figure out how to do, and I believe I can do it in Python with the API, is have the signals fire in bookmap. Of course, that requires me making sure the damn things fire properly in IRT. The other side of the coin is just forget about bookmap for trading it live and trade it live in IRT. I mean, that's going to be my go-to here pretty quick because I'm sick and tired of this shit. I'm sick and tired of missing trades. And one of the things that's happened to me that has been frustrating, you'll see that it'll fire the signal and take the trade. Well, by the time the old guy here sees that, gets over here and manually enters a trade, price can have moved in such a way that my stop gets hit and the system doesn't. Happened yesterday. The system got a scratch because it achieved risk neutral scale and I did not, and took a full stop because of a little bit of a delay in entry. I mean, your entry location is so important, if you know what I mean. Oh yeah. Because you can achieve, an asymmetric trade location, which is where you have an asymmetric relationship between risk and reward, If you took this trigger here or this IB revisit and essentially your stop could be 1 or 2 ticks above it, and there's the potential asymmetric relationship. But the importance and the impact that trade entry can have on your overall performance is huge. That's why chasing, FOMO, all that BS is so deleterious to your business. If I don't catch, am I chasing this? Am I feeling FOMO? Hey, I'm pissed off that I didn't get the trade, but am I going to chase it and try to catch up? Absolutely not. That's how you blow your account and your, unwind months of hard work and patience and stuff. Sure, I'm a human like everybody else. Those neural pathways that have developed from, our ancestors on the savannah that served them well back then. I call it monkey mind, those things that served our ancestors well and enabled their DNA to be passed down and end up here with us doesn't do us any good as traders. It's you had to be risk averse and aggressive to prove or justify that you're right. It's things, all of those things which manifest to us as FOMO, fear of missing out, revenge trading, predicting that you're going to be right, and then that dopamine blast that, oh boy, see, I was right. I've proved that can be right. Those are all real bad things for traders. I'm really disappointed that I was so focused over here on Bookmap and didn't see or interpret correctly the signal. I mean, I certainly saw this and I thought, is that a trigger? But I will have to go reread the rules, frankly. And that's what I'm going to do. To see if those triggers were in place. I'm, 90. The system certainly thinks so. Do I want to be short? Yeah. Do I have a signal? Nope. If you do, good for you. What's going on with all of this now? If you do, that's good for you. I don't have. So I got nothing till we get back up to the IBs because that's the trades I've vetted and that's what I'm trading. I don't trade trades. I do not take setups which I have not vetted. That's, that is that's where it's at for me. And boy, am I pissed. Absolutely. Yuck. Would have been a great trade to have in the books. I would have been, now if I'd have chased this all the way down, I would have achieved the scale up requirement. So there's a lot of, this is pissing me off on a lot of levels. Most importantly, I guess, is that I'm not going to do it during the live trading session, but after, you can bet that the second 1500 happens, and even though we're still in the session, I am going to be trying to figure out exactly how these signals added up over here. One thing I've noticed between Bookmap and IRT, and something that I have to be sure I do, if you notice the info box, okay? There's the A signal, which we all agree happened. It was at 9:36, and there are the parameters, okay? So I can go back to what I say is that one here. And when did that happen? 9:36. We agree. Now I can see when the B and then the trigger happened and see which of those bars. Because what I suspected the other day was that I'm using the candles. I'm watching the candles in Bookmap for my close within the zone deal, because that's the only way I can figure out to do that. But the candles were in different locations. And if you stop and think about it, if the start of Bookmap is at one place and the start of IRT is at another, in terms of time, the 1 minute increments are going to be differently spaced. So what I'm thinking is the most sure way to continue to use Bookmap to trade is to have the signals properly identified over here on IRT, and then convert that code to Python and use the Python API in Bookmap so that the signals, instead of watching what's going on in IRT, is happening live and direct right over here. Boy, that sounds like a lot of freaking work, doesn't it? Oof. That sounds like maybe a little smarter than the old cowboy. You never know. I'm gonna have to see about that. That's faux show. That's, yeah. And this piece of shit is heading for China. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, where am I? Okay, yeah. Well, now what I'm going to do is get back to Blue Boy. Son of a bitch, look at that, huh? Wow. And there's the trade. And there's what happens when you're just focusing on one. Let me rephrase that. What I need to do is to be focused on one platform, be in that trade, and then now that I have vetted the trade, I can trade manage, right? Which is trail behind swing highs, for example, and keep pushing out your target to previous lows, for example, or to an expected target zone. You know what I mean? When you're vetting a setup, you cannot, once you put on the trade, you hands off, because all things have to be equal. Stop, target, whatever, in order for that particular trade to be included in your data, in the data set being used to vet the trades, vet the setup, which I've already done pretty much. So what I need to be able, what I need, where I am now is I could be really letting the winners run. Keeping the losers short is a no. That's not a problem for me. I would never move my stop away from entry in 10 million years. So that's not a problem. And I've identified that a 3-point stop fits all my account risk parameters and all that kind of stuff, you know, that I talk about in the pre-market. So that's not an issue, and I don't overtrade and I don't chase and I don't do any of those things, but I'm at a point now where I can use the discretion to trail up. That's why I've started doing some of the back testing over here. That's why I've done some of this back testing with various trails, you know. Here is a instance of the typical 2-lot risk neutral setup. However, the trail triggers at positive 12 ticks and it trails up entry plus 12. So in other words, when T1 is achieved, stop trails to T1. What does that do to the probabilities? Pretty good. 74 win rate 74.25. Expectancy is 12.97 because that makes sense, doesn't it? It's 12 ticks. We actually got a little more. The R factor is 1 and it's a 2.5 risk reward, and we're achieving a profit factor of 2.93. That's 495 days, 1,171 trades. 873 wins for an average of 32 ticks, average winner, and 298 losses for an average of 30, which is definitely what it's supposed to be, and no scratch because it's a scale. I think that's really the way to go. My biggest problem now is that I've identified this stuff. It should be pretty obvious what my problem is, and that's getting it from over here to over here. You know, I'm standing here watching it, trying to evaluate, you know, live and direct, verbally, the entry here, looking for the trigger and miss the signal on the system. No heat as far as profit targets you want to go. I got to get around that. You know, that's really important. But it's an important, you know, but that's a good problem to have, I guess, isn't it? I'd rather have that problem to deal with than to look for a solution than, oh God, I can't stop trading. Stop me from clicking. You know, Jesus Christ. I don't get it. I'm dangerously close to launching on my usual soapbox about that, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to respect you guys. Well, there's the setup. Again, you know, if you trade with IRT, like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and what I'll have to do is send you an invitation to the Risk Neutral Trading Discord, and then I'll give you the, if you use IRT, you'll know what I mean when I say chart definition. So happy to share that. Any of this stuff, any of the charts I have or any of the stuff I've got, you know, whistle. I don't have any problem sharing any of this stuff with anybody. I think that we ought to all be pulling each other along. I am definitely not one of those climb the ladder and then burn the ladder guys. In fact, I find those people despicable, frankly. At any level in life, you know. At any level in life. Am I disappointed? Yeah. Am I going to chase it? No. Didn't even enter my mind. what entered my mind at the moment was why trying to determine how these bars differed from the signal bars on IRT, and that I missed the trigger. Not that I was going to try to chase it, or I'll catch it up here when it comes back. You know, those thoughts didn't even enter my mind, frankly, and maybe they should have. I mean, this was pretty close to a trigger, but you see, that breaks my rules, because pretty close isn't a trigger. You know, it's like she's a little bit pregnant. No, she's either pregnant or she's not. You know what I mean? So, there we go. There we go. There you have it. I don't know what to do, Antonio. I don't know how to figure that out. I wish to Christ I could code. I really envy these guys like Rod and Greeny and those people that are, whoever else, you maybe, I don't know, that are good at it. If I could, maybe I just need to step way back and look at it, you know, and this whole bookmap thing is, I mean, I'm getting further and further. Where I am now is further and further away from trading with bookmap, as most people do, using the heat map. And, you know, I certainly don't use all the bubbles and bullshit. But what I like about it is the fact that I've got the levels, the stats, the volume profiles, the micro composite, all in one tight package right next to price. That's frankly what I like about it at this point. Damn. Damn, what am? Well. That's enough to piss off the Pope, frankly. Would have been really, my perfect trading day is exactly as today has been, with one small caveat: I missed the trade. But, you know, I like them early in the RTH1, and sweet. Directional, the direction I think it's, you know, that I have anticipated based on context. And yeah, all of the little requirements that I would make me all warm and fuzzy, you know, about a trade, and to have it work out so spectacularly. Minus only the fact that I wasn't in it. And I don't take any solace in the fact that I didn't chase it or FOMO it or something, because that's just, you know, that's not something I do, so it's not meaningless. Man, oh man, well, now I have time, perhaps boring, you know, more boring than usual in the stream, but I have time to analyze this now. As I was pointing out, the info box on the candle. So there's the A candle. Where is that? It's at 10. Ooh. It's at 936, and you see the high, low, open, close, volume, whatever. The A candle, which is this one here. Let's do this. Ooh. That's a little bit much on this part, I think. So here was the thing about Bookmap. This data built this candle. So there's the open. There's the close. Penetrates or took the IB statistic. The qualifying bar is previous. Open is higher than the close. That constitutes an A signal, which is, surprise, surprise, what we have over here. Now, you see it on Bookmap with a bunch of crap in the road. So much cleaner here, isn't it? Open above the close, open, close, IB. Pretty simple. The next thing I'm looking for would be the B. This took this bar as the trigger. So the B, in my opinion, should have been right here. Now I can't wonder where it is because I'm trying to have these fire sequentially and only once while the system is in a position. Then at close, all the flags are reset to 0 and it starts over again. Well, we have a 180 over here that's still got a 1 going on. And why is that? Because this one right up here hasn't been reset. So we could still get a B and then a trigger for a long. And I got to be sure, I'm going to take a screen snap actually of that because I want to make sure that that's how I have it written. I actually thought that I had fixed last night so that all flags were reset to 0. And that's something I have to think about away from the market when I can, you know, really think about it. Does it make more sense to have all flags reset or leave the opposite flag active? Obviously the way it is. This is the A signal for any short, continuation short. Should be a B and a trigger. This is the A signal for a pullback or an IB failure. Okay, that's okay. So there's what we have. Now back to the business at hand. So the B here, I thought was written in such a way that the open needed to be above the close. And I do know that the close, I did change this, that the close was, it used to be below or above, but I made it equal to or below and above. You know what I mean? Less than or equal to, less than or equal to, or greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, and greater than or equal to. So that would be there, but I was thinking that the open needed to be above it. The reason I have these thoughts about and do these signals with this previous bar criteria like this one is I think it's important that the market is trading in the direction of the statistic or the target, whatever it is, rather than coming up from the bottom, for example. I don't think that would matter. I don't think that would be very good for in the case of an IB low. So let's see that. So what's this bar look like? What time is that? 37. So it's the next minute bar. That makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, so that's this one. Well, that one does not meet the criteria. God damn, now I got to go back and read the rule, but so the reason I didn't take it was valid. Looking at Bookmap. There is an alternative thing that I didn't. Remember when I said signals on the same bar? So A, open, close through the bar. Also, this bar, low, penetrates the pullback zone. The only way I would know if that happened was watching the flags and when they fired. Oh, this is too complicated. I mean, this is nit-nat shit here. And frankly, that's another problem. Let me see something here. Yeah. So in Bookmap, this isn't a B either. It is an A for sure. Open above, but it didn't close or do anything inside the pullback zone either. So if this is, depending on how I have the rule written, which I need to go read again, this is what it considered was what I'm seeing as the B, and the trigger is definitely the trigger. That's definitely into the trigger zone. The question is the second signal, the second qualifier, which is the continuation zone. So maybe I'm not completely nuts. Maybe I'm just a piss poor coder guy. Yeah? That's entirely possible. And I don't know what's going on now. I don't know where everybody went here. Where'd everybody go? Where's Blue Boy? Come on, guy. There we go. Yeah, well, obviously I'm not, I want to figure that out. Obviously I got about, 60 reasons why I'm disappointed about that. And that's a minimum 60. Had I trade managed it aggressively or actively, I'd have had a lot more without any heat. Without any heat. Well, that's just pretty darn crazy. I was... Huh. Ugh. I wish Tam would get through with software engineering quick so she can do this crap for me, and I can act like a big shot. Well, boys and girls, any suggestions on what the old guy can do here? How I think I read Bookmap correctly. What I'm trying to figure out how to do now is have a visual record of exactly, and that's why I'm so intent on having these signals fire properly, and why B didn't fire there, I don't know, because I think I have it correct. I have it the same like the A's are, and the same for the trigger. That way I know I can just watch IRT and know, and when it's ready to go, smack a entry, boom. Or, as I said, or just trade off a book IRT in case of raw. I'm just not real warm and fuzzy with how to go about doing that. I think I have it set up. That's what this stuff's about. And I think I have it pretty much set up so that if I just changed it to the active account, that it would, and add the instrument to the trading list, that it would be shooting those trades directly to the broker. But boy, that would be a leap of faith, wouldn't it? And that's one thing about IRT now. When Chad was back there, was running things or doing all the coding, I know without a second, I wouldn't have hesitated, 3 months ago to have shot him an email about how to exactly go about this, and I would know now. But I read things, I see older posts that say one thing and a newer post that says something else, and there's not really anybody that's providing that kind of support there. Eddie's trying to do the best he can, and I'm sure he's doing a good job, but I had an exchange with him where he told me that I couldn't set it up to trade multiple, single entry and multiple exits and have it work properly in backtest. Well, I do. I did do that. So I don't know what to think about live trading. And I don't know anybody that uses IRT to trade live. If you do, or if somebody in the earshot here knows, let me know. Let me know. I'll ping them. I do know there's quite a big difference when the backtest engine is evaluating the system or a trade. It looks at each 1 minute bar after the close. It doesn't evaluate intrabar. Did the high happen before the close? Did the low happen before the close? You know what I mean? So any of those nuances that I have in the trading rules are overlooked basically in the backtesting. I've tried backtesting at 15-second interval to see if that would help. Made sense to me that would eliminate those kinds of things, but we'll see. I guess what the point I'm trying to air out here and work through in my own mind is, if this were trading live, would this be the same result? Would it be sending the trade? Now here, I will say here that it looks to me like it's trading live and intrabar, because the trigger is this trigger zone, right? So there's the entry bar, And there's the entry level, which is just a tick or close to the trigger zone, but the high of the bar is up here. And here's the close down here. So if it were waiting for the bar close, I assume it would have an entry at the close. If it were firing off the high, I assume it would have the high. Looks to me like it's honoring the rule. When price gets to the trigger, it took the trade. That's what it looks like. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what it looks. Damn it. That's what it looks like to me. There's the trigger zone of these dots. Okay. So there's the entry, which is the top of the graph. That's the entry price. It didn't trade at the close of this bar, which is here. It didn't trade at the high of the bar, which is up there. Looks to me like it traded at where it's supposed to. So it looks like it's honoring the rule. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which brings me back to pissed at Bookmap. I mean, I don't know about pissed exactly, but doesn't look to me like the candlesticks on Bookmap. And here's a better way maybe to look at that. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. Stupid. Boop. There we go. Now, there are the candles. There's the IB low, or the IB. Yeah, get out of there. There's the IB. This is where the B candles signal was hit according to IRT. And there's the trigger, which there's no question about. That's the trigger. And to be honest with you, that doesn't even look right. Hold it a minute. 30, oh, this is 38. Because I'm just looking over here, and look at this candle. Look at the body and the wick. And there's no wick off the bottom. Body is at the, whatever you call that, a dumbbell or a doofus or what. I don't know the candlestick stuff. Notice that shape. Okay. The only shape that resembles that is this one. And it's the wrong, it opened on the high, closed on the low. This one opened down here, traded up above the IB. Okay, that's no problem. But closed closed just under the target zone. There is not a similar bar over here. Wow. That's a wrinkle I wasn't counting on there. I mean, this bar, which is the trigger bar, is completely different here, and it's what is the bar? What's the time? 3,800. 38. Okay, and 38 over here is that's 39. No, 38. Okay. So this is the bar that is supposed to be the trigger bar. And it is completely, well, I wouldn't say completely, but it's this bar. And it does penetrate the trigger zone. So, okay, good for the trigger. But the configuration of the bar is all wrong. So I'm busy thinking about open, high, and low, and close, and all those kind of things on the other signals. That's weird to me, and that's not good. That's way not good. Okay, well, back to the drawing board, I guess. Back to the drawing board. Shit. You know, and then on top of everything else, the price is just loping away here. Loping off the bottom of the screen, putting in another distribution on the bottom side. Yeah. Well, let's get rid of all this other noise and get back to, I'm just disappointing. Pretty darn disappointing. Pretty doggone disappointing. Well, it's 10:30. Do you know where your kids are? Yeah. It used to be a TV thing back in the 70s. I think it's 10:30. Do you know where your children are? What the hell that was about, but I remember it. Pretty disappointed. I'm going to have to go rummage around for something to eat, I think. I'm so disappointed I'm hungry. I think I'm on mute too, so that's always fun. What I was saying was the problem, not a problem, but a side of being disciplined and only taking vetted trades likely will have nothing to do the rest of the day, because price is going to need to get back up to the initial balance low, and I would take a trade if it's signaled, but I would be kind of disappointed about my commitment to do so after this kind of a sell-off. Look at this thing. Jesus, and I missed it by that little bitty bit right there. There's the signal trade, and here we are now. 95 from 40. Okay. 35 points. It's more dramatic looking over here on Bookmap. But that's a fact of trading if you're going to trade as a business. Now, that's why you need to have more than one setup, obviously. But this is a trend deal, so obviously a trending day, directional. So this would be, whether it's an IB or whatever the signal in the entry, the trade was. This is a situation where trade management is going to really, this is the classic example of let your winners run and cut your losers short. This is one of those days when you need to have a trade management plan in place in your trade plan before the day started to deal with a situation like this. And the obvious answer would be, trail buying to pullbacks. So you got scaled around here and you got, something going on over here, let's just say. So we drive down here and we pull back. We come off of here. Now, how do you approach it? Do you trail? Where do you trail up to here? To this is the swing high. So where do you trail it at? After you breach the low, which would be here, and you trail to here. Then after you breach this low, you trail to here. I'm just throwing them out there. I have no idea. I have not done that, vetted that. Makes sense. Because you can get pretty, pretty over anxious and get to. And remember now that this is 15 minutes wide, right? Well, depending on how tight you're zoomed in, you could start seeing all kinds of pullbacks, That's another thing that's important to remember. What time frame are you going to operate in? Or are you going to use volume profile? We get down past under here, we're going to trail to there. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Trying to keep from being monumentally pissed about missing that trade. What's happening in the wider world here? Captain Marvel is going to be doing his duty in about an hour, I think. Good thing. I'm not making light of that duty. That's here's the day. This is that ceremony. So it's 12:15. It's changed from 12 o'clock. Such a sell-off. I've got to have I've got to have it on about 2.5 points over here in order to keep it in sight. Exactly. 50 cents there I got. No, wait. 250. Yeah, there we go. He's gonna here. You see how this is just popped in from a second ago. Now he's going to address the nation at 2000. I remember very well where I was and how I listened real time to J.W. Bush announcing that we were attacking Iraq, getting rid of those weapons of mass destruction, which were never a thing, which was just all bullshit and bus tickets, you know. It's like incredible. How many years ago was that? Damn. Oh, a long time ago. 2010 or something, I don't remember anymore. And then taking that ride on onto the carrier landing and getting out there and saluting, mission accomplished. And it's still not accomplished. Iraq is still a goddamn mess. Boy, I wonder if America's ever going to learn that running around tipping places over is not a good thing to do. They're about to embark on a big mess with Venezuela, I think. They're desperately up to misdirection. They've got way too much focus on the events that are happening here. That seems to be the go-to thing. Misdirection. Stir up some dust somewhere and get everybody looking over there. Look at that son of a gun. I'm so mad I'm gonna have to go eat, I think. I'll be right back. Boy, I hope you guys got short. Or anybody did. Oh, here's the VPOC migrations you've been working out. Damn, I'll tell you, it's short central today, huh? The reason keeping scale, a sense of scale is so important to me. I'm looking at this thinking, oh, well, there's a nice little VPOC migration trade. I wonder how, that's double targets. 15 handles. Crosshair. One thing that I don't have the facility to do now with my live amp account, as opposed to previously with prop crap, I don't have any way. I don't have any paper trading account. If I want a paper trade account with Rhythmic through amp, I have to do the whole. I gotta pay the whole schmear over again, which is not, astronomical. And I just, why pay $40 a month to bookmap for IRT data? I realized that was still being. I got a note it had been it had been recharged the first of this month or the other day, and I said I thought I had canceled it. I actually did go there and look, and I didn't see it in the subscription, so I thought it was canceled. And they were very nice and said, refunded. Look for the refund in 4 or 5 days or whatever else. It's been canceled, but I don't have a way to paper trade with bookmap and stuff through Rhythmic. So this is live and direct. But if I wanted to try out something goofy, or I can't do that, or something different. The only way I can do that is to jot down or remember what it is and then do the replay thing at night. One of the things about Rhythmic, bookmap, I guess, the replay, as I said before, is I can't tell the difference between it and real time as far as the, tick movement and all that kind of thing. And you can do everything. Let me show you that. You can trade risk neutral 2-lot. You have to use multi-bracket sim. This is not even available because this is live, but you have to use multi-bracket sim, and you can do the same risk neutral packages and everything else. It's pretty handy, and it does all of the same business, tracks up here, except it'll say, replay and whatnot, fortunately. So I'm sure there's a guru or two that have tried to figure out how to do that, but yeah. Who am I trying to kid? Me, Who am I trying to bullshit? Me? I don't think so. Past all of that, probably about many years ago. I really would like to kick off IRT live and let this system trade and see what the hell happens. I think that would be pretty interesting. Not that that's my end goal, but like today, and as I mentioned earlier, at the time earlier today, there's been a time or two when the system has fired, put on the trade, and I have, done as I am trying to do, which is manually reproduce or, enter the same trade, and maybe, just a little bit of price movement puts you in a position where price pulls back and stops you out, as opposed to price pulls back and doesn't stop you out. Or what happened the other day was just one tick, price came down and risk neutral scale on the system. I was one tick above it or below it, I guess it was, and entry, and price didn't risk neutral scale and went back to a stop. That's pretty frustrating. But it is an illustration of how important entry location and sticking to your rules and stuff are. How important those things are to our trades, the outcome of our trades. And also, from my point of view is, well, if I'm basing these trades that I'm taking live on the back testing, which is all of this and all the back test stuff that we'll go through at about 2 o'clock. Come on. These are the rules for the IB trades and with which I back test them. So if these are the entries that are being back tested, then I guess those are the ones that would be more representative of the edge manifesting or not and compounding or not in the live market, right? That's why I try to be as vigilant and quick as I can be, but today I was not either of those. And boy, is that a pisser. Jesus, 11:20 already. We're into RTH2. Buckle my shoe. Well, what the hell are we? What's going on? Nothing. It's a dud, man. The flurry was this morning. Anything you're trying to get into now is retail soup, in my opinion. It's a perfect morning. Good, strong signal, which I have for my vetted trade early, within the RTH1, and I just didn't execute it. I didn't do it. You can get back to, I should have put that in the stream. That's a misvetted trade. I have a hotkey for that actually, and I'm so busy being pissed and trying to figure out what happened, I forgot to do that. Sorry. I'll do that before at the end of the stream today. Let's see which one it is. 9:38, so that's an hour and 8 minutes. What am I doing here? I'm not working. There we go. Yeah, so I also have to make a decision about this alternate offside flags. Two ways to think of it. Yes. Well, I'm going to try to do something here that I hope doesn't tip over everything. I'm going to fire up Jigsaw. You know what Jigsaw is? I don't even see it anymore. What the hell's going on? Here we are. Where is it? Ah, there it is. I hope this doesn't crash everything. I'm not in the middle of trading, so... We'll see what opens and where. I haven't opened Jigsaw for a long time here. That little guy always wants to get over there, and I don't know why. Okay. See if we pick up, I don't know, are you familiar with Rhythmic? I mean with Jigsaw, famous for their dome and their tools, and you can do a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff. It's a pretty Pretty professional dome. It's probably one of the best around that I know of. Now we'll see if this is going to tip rhythmic over. It may disconnect something else. Let's see. Nope. Well, bookmap is still happening. Jigsaw's connected. I'm assuming, I got it kind of big here. I'm assuming that that IRT is also. I don't see any nasty grams coming up from IRT. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't know what it's going to do to the computer either. Bookmap, Jigsaw in and of itself is pretty lightweight. CME. That's enough, I think. Update, reload, refresh. Download. Okay. I always have to stop and remember how to do this with Jigsaw. I always have to stop and try to remember how to change instruments. Oh, that wasn't it. I definitely don't want to enter a trade either. That's pretty important. I don't think that I can. Let me see if I... Well, first it's the wrong instrument, so that's... What I wanted to try to do was see how... I don't remember how the hell to do it. Well, probably not the thing to be doing in the middle of a live market here. I wanted to see what the box and Vista looked like these days and what kind of charting they had. They have the best dome around, that's for sure. I think what I will do now is just there's a way to do it, I don't remember. First I'm going to disconnect. And then I'm going to close out the Jigsaw. That's pretty cool though. And then I'll exit Jigsaw and let's see, save all. Yeah, let's do that. Exit Jigsaw. There we go. Yeah, no hiccup on IRT or bookmap, so that's pretty cool. That's what I expected, but you never know. Remember how in the hell to change instruments and keep everything happening. Hope I'm talking on the computer. I don't know. Anyway, or on the stream, I should say. Big red light there on the mixer. Why I miss it sometimes, I don't know. Focused on the charts. Just above, by the way. It's just below the IRT monitor, but, you know. It's funny how that kind of thing happens. You get preoccupied on something else. I don't know if you're a pilot or not. I am and was. And gear down and gear up is a, indicator light and handle position and a bunch of stuff. And you'd be amazed at the number of people that land gear up. I mean, they haven't put the landing. They've gone through the whole landing checklist and supposedly. And, short final and getting configured and flaps out and all that kind of stuff. And you big red light down there that you don't have your gear down. Not, down and locked in the green position. Same thing with this. Just below the monitor is a big red light that says the mute's on. And half the time I'm busy talking to a muted mic. Go figure. That's one of the things that validate the theory that I've heard way more than once, in that, this trade system that I'm working on, have vetted here, that I talk about all the time, it's got 3 rules around 2 locations, basically. And that's on purpose, by design, because it's scientifically, psychologically demonstrated, proven, whatever, just like I was talking about landing checklists, landing with your gear up. The human mind can only really keep so many facts straight, and it isn't very many. 4 or 5, a handful at the most. Otherwise, your brain sort of defaults to the most prominent one, and doesn't, like, the pilot doesn't even notice that red light's down there and the gears lever's not down, they're not down and locked, because he's focusing on flaps or his, attitude or his HSI or something. He's on short final, or especially if he's shooting an ILS, they're the same way with trading. That's why I think it's important to keep whatever system you try to design or try to develop for your trading, to make it as simple, keep it KISS, baby. And I see some fellas in like in Static, a couple of the guys, he's got 10,000, he's got a checklist that makes me dizzy trying to read it. I don't know how the hell I don't know how he's able to trade it, and he does a good job. Good for him. I'm not saying right or wrong, I'm saying it wouldn't work for me. So that's why this is pretty simplistic, why I approach it very simplistic. And I can't even I got three signals here, and one was obviously marked on both, and then I'm looking for B in the trigger, and I'm so focused on Bookmap looking for the B signal and the trigger, that I don't notice, 2 feet away on the second monitor over here, that the system has entered a trade. Now, had I been able to, I couldn't have caught it that quick. Yeah, it's stupid to even hypothesize about what I could have, would have, should have done, but there's with the way price action is going, there's no way I could get into that. I'm not going to chase it from here. And of course, in hindsight, in rearview mirror, I could have chased it down to here and been all right. Had a great trade, but that's not the point. And you know, that is the stock and trade of the rearview mirror boys and girls out there. The gurus that don't trade live, that always analyzing and narrating the market in the rearview mirror. Who in their right mind? You don't even have to be in their right mind. Who with a rudimentary understanding of trading can do that? I think anybody can. And I may be wrong there. But that's why I don't do that. And why I don't spend a lot of time in those environments anymore. It's frustrating. You think, oh yeah, I should have seen that. And then I find myself starting to think, oh yeah, okay, so I'll just take that. Oh, I just took this, I'll just take this short right here. Yeah, it's at the VWAP and, you know, and the mid. Okay. Yeah, and that one worked out swimmingly. How about this one? 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 They all look just the same on the hard right edge. Those all look just the same right there. Oh, stopped out. Oh, here we go. Now we're going, oh, stopped out. Oh, stopped out. You see? It's... that's good for context, but this is the hard right edge. This is where you better live. Oops. This is where you better live. Sorry about that. Here I go with the greens again. Here's what I was talking about. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, we got that mid. We're going VPOC mid. We're going. It's a mid flip. We're going short. Oh, baby. Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. Uh-oh. Here we go again. Uh-oh. Yeah. Here it is. Now you got it. And there are guys who claim they would have done that. They would have shorted, stopped, shorted, stopped, shorted, stopped, shorted, stopped, shorted, stopped, shorted, got a winner. Ain't me. Unless you're trading that one configuration, which I talked about a little yesterday. Somebody was talking about one of their favorite internet guru guys that had a 90 or a 45% win rate and I think 8 risk reward or 8 R multiple. Okay, first of all, over how many trades? And second of all, so I whipped out my backtest tool over here and set it up. Yeah, no problem at all. 2 tick stop. 16 tick, all in, all out. Same exact statistics. Does make money. You're going to pay, because, you know, on the micros, you could probably afford it because of the commissions are so cheap. The minis, you'd be paying more commission probably than you're making. Yeah, and think about it. If it's a 2 tick stop, 2 contracts, and it's a 16 tick target or 2 contracts, what is that? That's 8-to-1 R multiple. And it's 2 ticks, and the stop, and 16 ticks, and then you have to look at the percentage of time to get the win rate. So there you go, and maybe that's the way to trade. There are people on the internet, or the guru. Well, what do you call it? What's his thing? YouTube. There's several people that seem to have common sense that I've listened to that say a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio is the thing to do for new retail traders, beginning traders, because you have, and that's another thing, there's a consecutive winners and consecutive losers is a big deal. Maybe that's the way to go. Beats me. And I have all the backtest data to show all that stuff, so. Well, I'm not doing. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. Oh, good. It's time for my shower and check my eyelids for leaks here, maybe. Okay. Let's, what are you going to do? So here you go. These are the back tests. Each one of these represents a back test. This is 488 days, 1,093 trades. There's all the data. Where's that one? There you go. Here is 2 tick stop, 16 tick targets on both T1 and T2. And no, obviously no trail or trigger. 495 days, 1,169 trades, 535 wins, 634 losses, $30 for the average loss and 41 for the average winner. So you got a risk to reward of 8, R multiple of 1, and it's 45 to 54, 45% win rate. And it makes 18 grand over those days. And that's, oh, I'm sorry, that's gross. It makes 15 grand over the net based on the commission of AMP for micro, micro ES. So you want a strategy for yourself? There you go. And so it goes. So I could say the same thing. Here's my back test. There's my thing. If I don't show you my account, I don't show you any proof of the trades, I could say whatever I want. But, oh, come on. What I do here for my own, again, it's my stream, right? So it's my journal. This is my size up tool, which I think I talked about earlier. And these are every trade I've taken since 1st of November. Why this is doing this, I don't know. Irritating though, isn't it? I thought I did. I'm not a whiz bang with I'm not a whiz bang with oh, I know what's wrong. There you go. I'm not a whiz bang with Google Sheets, but I don't have any Office products. I have a very limited amount of software on this trade machine. And that's another thing that I forget frequently. You can look down here at the bottom of, I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. So you can see any open programs that I have, and you can see the hours, minutes, seconds, and the date and everything, and it ties back to Bookmap or IRT. Trying to further the transparency and accountability. And now I can tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to eat my own dog food, observe my own rule, and please the cats all at the same time. I'm going to go take a shower and see what kind of trouble I can get into around here. I'm going to leave the jazzy. If you have any problem with that or anything, drop something in the chat. Drop something in the chat anyway, wherever the hell you are, who you are, where you're from, what's your ad size, you know, all that kind of stuff. And and I'll leave Bookmap on. I will I can't make this cycle through anything, so I'm not going to try. But there's Bookmap, there's IRT, where we are at this point. Let's see one other little thing here. Let's see what our... Well, volumes dropped off. We were 104,000 or 104% this time I looked. Now we're down to about 95%, and the ATR is holding at 4. Average true range on 1 minute. There we go. Not going to leave the signal back test and signal rating system on because who cares. And there we go. Oh, come on up here and play with us. There you go. There you go. Here's today. Here's since whenever the hell that is. Since November 26th. What's the market do? All together now. The market goes up to go down. Goes down to go up. Goes up to go down. Goes down to go up. Goes up to go... Why does that happen? Because it's a zero-sum market. Futures are a zero-sum game. And if you think about that for a minute, you'll realize that that's correct. There is no possible way in hell that there are ever more sellers than buyers or more buyers than sellers in futures. Because think about it. What do we trade? Do we trade shares? Do we trade stock? We trade contracts. It is a contract between one buyer and one seller. So any trade that happens is zero sum. Every time somebody thinks the market's going to go up, somebody thinks the market's going to go down, and they agree to execute at that price level. That's not saying that there's cannot be and often is an imbalance between liquidity, resting orders on the ask or the buy, and that's how price moves up or down, by aggression. Price goes down, sellers aggressively cross the inside market and hit the bid. Price goes up when buyers aggressively cross the inside market and lift the ask. But never, ever are there more buyers than sellers executed trades. In futures, it's impossible. What's the next thing that would say? Well, every one of these every time a contract is sold here, somebody's on the other side of that trade. The counterparty's over there taking along. Think about that for a minute. Every time somebody sells, somebody's on the other side of that trade taking along. How does that somebody make money? First of all, ask yourself, who's got the money to hold all that inventory and be the counterparty? How frequently does that somebody lose money? And what would that somebody need to do to make money? Take the market back up. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up and goes up to go down and goes down to go up. That's how futures works. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. If you got a better approach and you know something different, I'd love to hear that. That's the conclusion I've come to, and it explains a lot about the market. To me. So there you go. With that, I will now go please the cats. Anna says she won't play with me till I take a shower because I gotta go. I gotta go do that. So I'll be back, and don't forget the random wristband is taking the stage, perhaps. at a very solemn ceremony wherever, I suppose in Virginia somewhere, I guess, I don't know. Quantico maybe, I don't know. I'm sure it'll be telecast or whatever else. Kind of funny because, well, it's good. I won't say anymore. Good. Well, I don't see anything happening, including market action, so I'm going to be let discretion be the better part of valor here. And see if Mr. Microphone can shake something. So see if we can get a Trump dump. Actually, I'd like to have a Trump pop and then a Trump dump, please. Thank you very much. He's, I don't know how long that's, what do they call that? I don't remember. Anyway, where fallen soldiers are flown back to the States, and meet the plane, and then they transfer them to transfer the bodies to, I suppose, their families for burial or something. I don't know, or maybe Arlington. Whatever they call that. There's a ceremony. It's called some dignified something or another, I think. Yeah, that's what he's doing apparently. I think that's what he's doing today, which is pretty interesting because he's on record twice staying at Arlington National Cemetery, where we have, the Memorial Day and Veterans Day and all that stuff. Specifically Memorial Day, lay the wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier, and that. Complaining that why did he have to go there, because the place was just full of losers. These are the people that gave their lives to defend freedom against fascism, the Nazis. But it's a photo op and a political op today, so, he's going to make a big deal out of going to welcome home 2 National Guardsmen who were killed in Syria. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but in the context of his, what he really feels, that this is only something he's thinking of as a photo op, or the optics of it, as opposed to what he believes or feels. I find that so disingenuous that that's really a shame. Oh, and here's another shame. Have a look at here. There is absolutely no excess on the bottom of this auction. And what does that mean? Well, I would say that you're going to see some follow-through, taper, and excess at some point. And I'm going to be further pissed that I'm not riding a short. And I'm certainly not going to, do something stupid and try to get on one or anything else, because it's not not how I am or how I trade. But mark my words, just, not that I'm a fortune teller or I'm predicting, but just watch this market and look and see if they don't run it down here and get some excess. Think about an auction. Does an auction just, hey, $45, when you get $5, just go silent? No, of course not. It goes to a taper. It comes to a conclusion. There's no more buyers. Will you give me 5? Will you give me 5? 5. Sold over there for $450. Look at the market profile. Taper, 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 taper. Not so much. Taper. Zippity doo-dah. And flat as a board. Five, whatever that is, 4 or 5 profiles wide, or brackets wide, and 1 tick. Not predicting anything, but I would say it's going to take a dump, or at least a few points, to get some excess until the sellers dry up. It's the nature of an auction. If you've never been to an auction, then you've missed a lot of fun. Or I should say, not fun, but interesting. We used to go to the cattle auction in Bozeman, Montana, which was closest town to us, and Billings all the time. So I'm going to take a step aside here while the random risk is afoot. Have a good one. I'll be back after bed. Like and subscribe. That'd be great. If you don't want to do that, send money. There you go. Antonio, give him the address where to send the money. what happened. Oh, looky here. Imagine that. Excess on the bottom. Who'd have thought? Okay. I'm assuming that the Trump event is over. Let's check. Moon, IMX, natural gas, wanted to see, was aware of escorts and well, I don't see anything about, wait a minute. I don't see anything about this, this thing here. The award attends the ceremony. I don't see that anything. Oh well, okay. I don't know what to think about that, but there's no trade for me anyway, so what difference does it make? My option be up here. All right, so I'm still pretty disappointed about that. My system here having the trade and not me not picking it up manually quick enough. So this is the back test system, and right now what I'm doing is forward testing this in real market to here in SIM within IRT. I'm absolutely not pushing it directly to my live AMP account yet. It's the next step. But boy, I tell you, after a day like today, missing this, just missing the entry, and I don't chase trades, so I didn't chase the trade, you know. Pretty flippin' disappointing, I'll tell you that much. That's faux show, right there. Boom. Somewhere like that. Exasperating, you know. Exasperating. Look at about a 1 hour and 8 minutes or so in, and you'll see what happened there. And in this crazy environment, I hope that was unmuted. In this crazy environment, your prime directive, fundamental objective, whatever, as a trader is to preserve your account. You better be able, be here to trade tomorrow. And that means in this environment, managing risk, only put your exposure account to the market risk as limited amount of time as you can, and only around pre-vetted, pre-verified setups. A+ setups, preferably. Always have brackets in the market. That's the way I'm gumming at it. And this is my virtual trading journal, so I'm not telling anybody to do what I do, nor am I saying that it's my way or the highway, but this is what I'm doing. Disappointing, that's for damn sure. Yeah, I haven't. What is it? What time is it here? Oh, it's only 1:58. Okay. We'll look at the back testing here in a minute, and then then we'll do the the recap at the bottom of the hour at 14:30. Market on close and balance at 14.50, and the cash close is the I end the stream at the cash close, so it's every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market through the cash close 1500. Well, here we are in the world famous Power Hour on Wednesday, 17th of December. Tomorrow we're going to have some more reporting, and again on Friday, and this is Triple Witching. So, going to be just one, grab bag of sexy surprises and fun every day. And then, of course, I don't guess I have to probably tell you that next week is Christmas, so there's that. Okay. Talked about the trading being a zero-sum game, and that's pretty important to understand, and how the market goes up to go down and why. So that's not to rehash all of that stuff, but that's all really important to understand. And that you need to recognize about approaching the market from an adult point of view, where you're not freaking out about all the psychology stuff that's all over the internet and YouTube and everywhere else. I think if you just step back and think about it as an adult, becomes a lot clearer. So let's look at the back testing. What I believe, not anything that I came up with on my own or any epiphany that I had, but to adopt the principles and the beliefs of the most successful hedge funds and traders in the world, which I think is a pretty good crowd I'd like to be part of, to approach trading as a business, you need to think of it or come to peace with the fact that this is a random environment. There's millions of people expressing their view. And as discussed earlier about the zero-sum game, every time somebody buys one contract, there's somebody on the other side of that trade, on the other side of that contract, with just as strong a belief selling it. Think about that. So, it's a random market. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It's a binary event. What can it do? It can tick up or it can tick down. It can't go sideways, can't go backwards, can't go up at an angle. It can go up one or down one at a time, period. Sooner you come to peace with that, I think, the better off you are to stop thinking how foolish it is to try to predict where it's going to go. Unless you like to gamble and enjoy the rush, the adrenaline or the dopamine, whichever, then knock yourself out. That's a good thing for you to do. I'm approaching this as a business that it must be sustainably profitable and consistently profitable. But to support myself, it's my business now. So, different point of view, right? And the first thing you do is determine a repeat and identify a pattern that repeats frequently with identifiable and specific rules that validate an entry on that pattern. And I've done so with the initial balance high and low trades. That was nothing I dreamed up. Everybody talked about those for a long time. The initial balance, continuation or failure on either side of the IV. That's not a secret. So I developed these rules and these continuation pullback zones that I think are meaningful, and I set about backtesting them to determine, after you've established that, that pattern and those rules, you need to capture away from the live market a statistically significant data set of that specific setup and rules. And then it's simple, it's math. Does it have positive expectancy or not? What are the parameters? And this BS of win rate, that you see all over YouTube is just exactly that. It's just BS. It's completely useless when taken by itself. It's clickbait. But it's very valuable. Win rate is very valuable in the formula for expectancy. So you need to be aware of that. If your setup has a positive expectancy and a positive R multiple or win risk to reward, which is also extremely important, then in the live market, which is where we are now, your objective as a trader is to take every one of those trades that presents itself. And you are relying on the law of large numbers, Google it, to manifest the edge or the expectancy to your bank, to your side of the table. It is also the same business model as a casino from the point of view of the casino, not the gambler. Gaming theory, right? Game theory. They don't play any game that they have not pre-identified away from the casino floor to have a specific edge. They put the game on the casino floor, and the only mission in life for those people down there is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. That's why there's no emotion by the dealers or the pit people in a casino. They don't give a shit who wins or loses. They're only there to play that thing as many times as they can and make sure that the rules don't get violated or somebody doesn't cheat and all that stuff. But, that's the only reason. Because they know that the law of large numbers will apply and the expectancy, that predetermined edge, will manifest itself to the bottom line of the casino. And guess what? You shouldn't argue with that principle. It should be pretty obvious. So what I've done then is to eat my own dog food here. This is so irritating. I decided that I would backtest and vet the initial balance trades. There's one continuation trade from the high, failure from the IB high. Continuation trade from the IB low, perfect example right there. Failure trade from the IB low. You need, in my opinion, you need to have as few criteria as possible, but still be valid. Some of these guys that get, 15 or 20, this and that and something else, and when this is crossing over and that's doing something else, the human mind can't keep track of all that stuff at the same time in the heat of trading and at the speed with which the market moves. This system I've got has 3 rules. It's got an A, a B, and a trigger. And then the trade management is T1, T2, stop, etc., right? So I identified or determined that this pullback zone, these trigger zone, this continuation zone, let's try these and see what happens. And then I set about building the rules. Now in IRT, it's not like for example, the bookmap multi-brackets, where you can set a stop and a target and then targets, and the system is clever enough to know whether you're going long or short. With IRT, and at least with this backtest as I understand it and the way I've built it, there's a rule for each one. There's a rule for there are entry and rules for the IB high continuation trade, the IB high failure trade, mean reversion, the IB low mean reversion, the IB low continuation. And that's what all these rules do. And then there's a get out of dodge rule. There's the end of day. So if I'm still in a position at 2:30 or whatever parameter I have in advance, it automatically closes out any positions. For example, there is a short entry, and there's for the IB failure, and a short entry for the IB continuation, and longs the same stuff. So the next thing you need to do is figure out, you can probably understand the complexity so far of the rules, even though it's a very simple system with only 3 rules each. I started by thinking I could just scroll back and figure out where these things happened and then vet the trade. Well, I couldn't do that. So I put these indicators in here, which are just custom indicators on this chart, to replicate the rules so that I could see if things were actually happening where they're supposed to or where I wanted them to happen. And I thought I could scroll back. Well, forget it. So in order to backtest properly, you cannot have any variation in the rules. If you have a 3-point stop and a 3-point T1 and a 12-point or 12-tick T2 or 4-tick point T2, then you got to have that consistently over every trade in the backtest. Otherwise, that outlier is not part of the data set. It's not statistically significant. What you can do with IRT then, though, is this. You can set up the backtest. 2 contracts, MAC. Let's look at 500 days. We can have all of these rules and all of these reports, output, including statistics like Sharpe ratio and Saltino and those things, but I don't get much meaning out of them at this point, so I don't I mean, it doesn't, it's just a tick box and it puts up another page. And for the session that I want it to backtest, so it's going to go, the system is going to evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar for 500 days from today back 500 days. Now, how long do you think it would take you to do that accurately, manually? I'd have to live longer than Methuselah before I could figure that out. So I do this and watch the back test. The system just back tested 495 days in 7 seconds. It evaluated every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar going back 495 days, which just happens to be 218,863 bars. And there's absolutely no discretion, no variance from the rules whatsoever. Case closed. There was 8,000 longs and 9,065 shorts. There's 1,012 total trades. Oh, these are profits, I'm sorry. And there's 505 long and 507 short. The more specific rules are there are 336 winning trades. Average winner is $75, which is exactly right. If you take the full double target, which is 60 ticks, that's, do the math, it's $75. And the stop, average stop is $29.61, which is exactly right because, 24 ticks for 2 contracts is $30. There were 10 consecutive winners in a row, 7 consecutive losers in a row. Now, and the next thing that you should do, if you're just doing this yourself, seriously, this is pretty amazing, in my opinion. You can go through each and every trade from the 16th of January, 2024. There's the entry type. There's the results. There's an IB short T1. There's the exit type. There's a stop. And there are the revenue results. Now, I prefer to work with ticks or points rather than dollars because I just think it's a bad habit to trade your P&L. But IRT was coded and presents it this way, and I'm not going to, who cares? I'm not going to bother with it. I'm certainly not going to try to fix it myself and waste my time doing that. So there you are. You can do that over every one of the 1,000 and whatever it is, 1,012 trades going back 2 years, going back 495 days. Imagine doing that yourself accurately. There's no freaking way. It took 7 seconds. With this data then, you can, what I've done is compilate it all into a couple of things here. First of all, I can do the what ifs one at a time right here. Then here's my running list of backtests. So here we can do it right now actually. 76. I don't know why it keeps going white. That just irritates the shit out of me, but whatever. 60. 2. 12. 48. That's the setup, right? Sorry, this is wrong. It's 12. 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 12 tick T2. 2 contracts. No trigger or back test, and of course, and obviously no trail plus entry. Now, let's look at that. Hold on one second. Somebody's at the door. Yeah, Panda. Okay, Dad's got to do some stuff here now. She comes in and gives me the come take care of me, and then has a way to casually glance over her shoulder whether I'm following her or not. Is how. Okay, so where are we? We've got 495 days. Yep. 1,012 contracts, and I'm gonna need to plop this somewhere where I can see it better. I can see them one at a time without getting back over the top of myself all the time here. I don't ever usually do this on the stream, so yeah, okay. So there's 495 days. There's 1,012 trades. Let's get down here to this. There are, the gross is 17667.5. Oh man. I don't want to do that either very bad. Well, I'm not doing too well today, but anyway, what are you going to do? 505 and 507. Now we're going to, and the consistency, we have 10 and 7. And we get back over here. And what did we have? In fact, we had 336 wins for an average of 75.23. We had 257 losses for an average of 29.61. Yeah, Panda, I know. There you go. Now that is all of the data. Oops, I got a 29.61. That's just calculated all of the important data that most people want to know about, and I do in trading. So we have an average win rate of 23.90, loss rate 60, expectancy is 21.12, R factor 1.16, RR is 2.5, profit factor is 1.3, and on and on and on. And if you want to put in Saltino and Sharpe ratio and all that stuff, you can. Now that is a back test. I know that I can lean on this trade with this configuration and expect these results. And if I continue to trade this setup and I'm within these parameters, nothing's broken, nothing's wrong. Next, you make the next trade. That's how I think you should approach backtesting. I also, Panda, stand by. I also do this, which is every trade since the live account went active with AMP. There's every trade. There's the results of every trade, the setup, et cetera, including yesterday's crash or stop. And what this does is gives me accurate R multiple and specific trade data. Also, it calculates for me the scale up, which is a function of this. The sizing is this function of this tool. It will tell me exactly when I size up from micros to minis based on the parameters that I have thought about and set well in advance, weeks ago. That's the way I think you should approach trading as a business and how I go about it. So what time do we have now? There we have it. Okay. And here you see today's trade, and I've already explained that the step I've got to deal with now is how to sync myself better to take that trade and get these signals firing right. So that's where I'm at. And I just take them mechanically. It wasn't a question about it. I just didn't see the signal. And to be honest with you, I was so busy scrutinizing Bookmap that I didn't I didn't take the notice the trade. Otherwise, I'd have just thrown one in there, thrown a market down there, and let her go. But by the time I did notice it, price would move well away, and I'm certainly not going to chase. I mean, look how quick price moved away from there. 1 minute it was down here. Well, I'm not going to do that. Or if you want it better yet, there's the trade. There's the trade. So 1 minute we're down here someplace. No, thank you. And sure, in rear view mirror, Internet Guru, absolutely, baby. I took it right here on this pullback. I knew that was it, and it worked out great, didn't it? Sure, and it might have, but that's not. I'm not going to chase. It was not my setup. I'm not going to FOMO. I'm going to be a big boy, and I'm going to trade per the rules. So that's where we are. And I'll get, Panda, what are you meowing about? I'll get her taken care of, and then I'll be back here at the bottom of the hour for the recap. Any questions or anything, throw them in the chat. That'd be great. And thanks for stopping by. Like and sub, baby. All right. The final curve headed for the top of the hour, the cash close, and the sayonara for the stream. So where in the heck are we here now? Well, there's the day in all its glory. There's my missed opportunity, and boy, did we have a very nice, consistent context, right? Session. Look at there. Kind of got this little goofy distribution up here at the top, this little bit of consolidation up here, and then bambo. Actually, a string of singles through there, to be honest about it. And of course, I push and track the micro and the minis, and I share and freely the if you're interested the session prices, which are these. I start pushing those at 1,700 on Sunday night from my IRT, and they go continuously through 1,600 on Friday, and you're welcome to have them. I share them with different people, lots of people. It's a CSV file from Google Drive, and then you just can put it in Cloud Notes or this indicator or whatever, however you can use it. But anyway, there's that. So this is the micro and the micro NASDAQ. And I'm sorry, the mini, and this is the micro. I have more current because that's what I'm trading. Not very much excess down here yet, but they're running out of room. So the micro composite chart, which is my high time frame, you could say. Notice that any of these IRT charts, the session, the instrument, the chart type are all in the header. You know, there's a Renko mini and 12 tick Renko day session. What? This is the micro composite chart where I have the RTH session only. It's a daily chart, daily candlesticks, and each, wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around it, and that generates a volume micro composite VPOC and high and low volume nodes, these red and green things, and those push automatically to Bookmap. The session prices push automatically to Bookmap. And let's see what our volume and stuff is here today. Well, we've come down from last time we looked, we were up here at 4. This is 4 handles per 1 minute ATR, average true range, down to 275. And the volume has been steadily dropping all day from 105% now down to 88. Remember, this is triple witching week, and what I understand, don't quote me, they expect this to be the largest options expiration in history. And I heard Tom Sosnoff say that somewhere, so I believe if anybody says that, I believe he knows what he's talking about. But anyway, that's this Friday. Today this week we've had the catch-up numbers, the non-farm payroll from November and stuff like that. And the beginning of next week we'll have some more. So, and then it's Christmas. So remember, it's a real goofy time of year to trade. If you have something better to do or want to work on your back testing, that's probably a good idea. We've already gone through the back test story. No need to revisit that. Let's take a thing about the The news, eh? Okay, let's see what's going on this week. These are the reports on, there was yesterday. See what a big deal that was? Get all those catch-ups, those 3-star numbers. There's today. And tomorrow, we've got initial jobless in the Philly Fed, CPI, all important numbers, all at 7:30 in the morning. This is investing.com. It's free. You can certainly pay them if you would like to. I don't, because I think it's important to have as much of the resources that I use every day to trade on the stream to be available to anybody that's, tuning in. You can filter this any which way you want to. If you live in Kuala Lumpur and you want to only listen to the Nikkei, you can pay attention to that. Whatever. There's also earnings and holidays and that kind of thing. I prefer this presentation for, screen snaps and things like that because it's cleaner and clearer in my opinion. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, much more recent, like only within the last year. It has a similar kind of a calendar docket over here, but I don't like the format as well. However, they do something that's really, I find very useful and I'm very appreciative of, and that is they put in any of these random non-events. This is not any kind of a random revenue or financial number or event, but they, as I, have come to recognize that these can be serious market movers. They can definitely disrupt the auction. And I don't just mean Trump. I mean any of those, Bissett or any of those guys. So that's Financial Juice. On the right side here is more of a squawk box, which is through the day. Here's this guy said that, somebody else said something else, and away you go. This is where the market on close and balance orders will pop up at 1450. Also free, also filter. There you go. So there we have it. Now we just hang on until 1450 for that next, the move that makes the difference. Certainly no possibility for me to enter. And as a matter of fact, it would be impossible because my end of day rules in the backtest system close out any open positions at 1430. That's that. Pretty disappointed about this story over here. I'll be real anxious to review the stream and also give this some thought here, and that's the way you have to do it. I don't believe you should ever change your trade plan or your rules or your strategy or any of that stuff during the live market. That is work for you to do in your homework time, your study time, your away from market time, whatever you want to call it. That's where you do the bulk of your trading work. The trading day is essentially monitoring the market and executing your plan. The preparation of the plan and all the rules of the plan, that's all developed away from the live market. Again, not for the 9 millionth time today, but this is my virtual trading journal. All the stuff that I'm interested in seeing, I capture on my 2 screens and the video of the stream. And my voiceover here is the way I get what I was thinking at the moment into the recording for my own review, And I've got, other stuff going on here, but these are my 2 primary screens and monitors. I've thought long and hard about, I might try that one day this week or something, maybe over the weekend. I don't know. These are 2 32-inch 4Ks monitors. I thought about having OBS just capture both of them, and then I would not be having this wrong screen switch back and forth crap and all that noise that I do. I'm sorry that I do all day long. But I think it would be almost impossible for somebody to watch it would be so small. Even though it's 1440p, I just don't think it would work out very well for anybody, any on your side of the stream. So I'll have to test that one out. But that's where we are. We're standing by. We got 10 minutes for the market on close and balance. Yeah, it's been a kind of a dud week. I had wait a minute, what's today? Wednesday? Okay, Monday, no trade, no signal. Monday was one of the 2.4% days where we did not take either the IB high or the IB low. Yesterday, I got a signal and stopped, and then short time later that I was not aware of, another one, and went on to a profit, but I didn't take that, so I have a stop. So far on the week, I'm 0 for 1, however you say that baseball shit. I took one stop and and I've got no other trades, only one trade so far this week that has signaled. That's why I'm so disappointed about today, as you can imagine. That's, to rehash it again, once you have a specific set of a specific trade or trades that you have vetted, and you are committed to only trading those pre-vetted trades, all of this, whatever might have happened down here, oh, well, good. It doesn't do me any good. I have two trades that revolve around the initial balance levels, and that's it. This would have been magnificent, spectacular, marvelous, but didn't get it. Still pissed about it, of course. So there we are. Let's stand by for the market on close and balance here. And I guess it's a good time for my typical... it's really important that you realize the most critical tool you have in your... Where's my internet? I have a thing for this. I think I have a hot deal. Let's get that in. I got to get this hotkey built for this thing. The chapter markers are real important for me, and I would suppose for anybody else, because this stream is 7 hours long every day. Well, I'm sure as hell not going to stand and listen to all 7 hours of it. If I want to know something that happened at it, when did I talk about that? When did I make that trade? When did I get that stop? What did I say about, critical tool in your office? That's why I'm careful and conscientious about the chapter markers. So the most critical tool you've got in your trading office is on your side of the monitor. We spend thousands of dollars on monitors and software and internet connections and trading gear and internet, indicators and mentorships and all this stuff. And all of that is taken in and processed through your eyes and your brain. And you and those two things make financial decisions that affect your family and your life. And so many people pay so little attention to that key element. Proper rest, proper hydration, proper nutrition, Don't be on emotional tilt. Exercise repeatedly throughout the day and frequently. Be in good shape. Rest your eyes. We stay in, our short focus eye muscles are in constant tension when we're staring at the screens. Every couple hours, get outside, look down the street, look wherever, across the horizon, whatever it is, across the ocean, wherever you're lucky to live, and get some natural light and let those muscles relax and focus. That's so important for you. And for our trading, this is an extremely high-level competitive business. And there are the sharpest people and the most deepest pockets you can imagine focusing 100% on profiting. They don't care who you are. They don't care what you think, what you need, what you want. They are out to make money, and if you satisfy part of that goal, that's what it is. So you better be on your A game every morning when you sit down or stand up. I have 2 stand-up desks here. I don't sit down ever. You know, the main screens are on a 4-monitor rack in front of me, and then a couple more to my right for another couple of machines I have over there in OBS and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm fortunate because this office is big enough. I can step back and do squats, and I got some dumbbells. I can do curls and this and that and something else, and I can still be watching the screens. Even, don't talk. Try to put on mute so I'm not huffing and puffing on you, but you got to do that, and I got to pull up bar in the doorway. So, and that's not very good, but it helps. You got to do something. And the older you get, I know you're probably not there even thinking about that, but the older you get, the faster it is to get out of shape, the harder it is to get back in. And I can't begin to stress enough to anyone, maintain your level. If you just maintain your fitness level and your regime, your exercise regime becomes part of your life, so much better when you get older, so much easier when you get older. These poor people that have just, flopped around on the couch, smashing potato chips and beer and thinking they could outcoach the quarterback or the guy on TV. And then all of a sudden they realize their blood pressure is a gazillion over a million and they're trying to do something else. And tough to get back. So save yourself a lot of stress and strain. If you want to pursue this business and you want to do well at it, you better be on your A game. I fluffed it, I will be really interested to hear my discussion to myself, my voiceover, what I was thinking while I was looking for this trigger and why I didn't recognize, have the wherewithal to glance to the right screen and enter or something. I mean, I'm going to really scrutinize that after the market closes here at 1600. That's the beautiful part about the stream. The journaling this way for me is here's the recording. I can even do it on my phone. You know what I mean? I can do it on anything I want to with YouTube. But I can stand here and watch these monitors and watch the stream and listen to it just as if it's happening. I can even listen to the stream on my upper machine. The 2 upper monitors I have here are run by one machine, and my trading machine runs the 2 lower ones and one off to the left for the OBS stuff. And then my old beautiful standby, my old workstation runs by one monitor around the corner there with all the office-y crap and the Outlook-y stuff and all those things on it. But I can actually replay Bookmap and replay the stream on the upper monitor and listen to, watch, and trade today's action right along with the stream. It's pretty good practice. I mean, that's a pretty good thing to do. And it's all free, man. I mean, once you have Bookmap, the replay and all that stuff is in part and parcel to it. And anybody can, if you can't you don't want a YouTube channel or whatever else, you can, OBS records also. I also have a local recording of every one of these streams in addition to the stream on YouTube. But if you don't want to deal with the YouTube piece, you can, OBS is free. And for the longest time, I only used a Logitech G Pro something or another headset. Well, hello there. Yeah, look at the pretty, that's Panda. A minute ago, there was a pretty little girl named Tam. Morning. Yeah, my strange sister. Yeah, that's before you started doing hair control. Yeah, so anyway, that's that. And we'll have that, we're going to have the market on closing balance here in about 10 seconds or something. And there you go. Let's see what happens here. And then we're going to wrap this bad boy up and get on about something else. I don't know what, but I'll be real curious to see what we'll rewind back and watch that. watched this morning. My suspicion is that I just muffed it. I just got hurry, scurry, and blurry. And there's an old saying in the flying world, aviation, is if you have an emergency, aviate, navigate, then communicate. In other words, fly the plane first, know where you're going, and then start talking to people, rather than me babbling here about trying to keep the stream going and talking while I'm missing an entry. So here's our market on close imbalance. 804 million S&P sell side. Now, this is how ridiculous this seems to me. This is an imbalance sell side, 804 million contracts. Yesterday, it was buy side, 1,300,000,000 and some million. Imbalance buy side. And then here's the NAS, 30 million, 467 million, 156 million, all sell side. So there you go. And something just happened over here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what this address at 8 o'clock is about Trump or whatever. He's got address to the nation. I can't imagine what he's up to. Maybe it's Christmas or something, greetings or something. Who knows? Well, I hope so. That'd be nice. I won't listen, but I don't pay attention to news or certainly any kind of social media. I find that just completely pollutes my thinking and my perspective, and also taints my thinking for trading. I real hypersensitive about not having a preconceived idea about trading. I think it's just an extension of that old saying, trade what you see, not what you think. And I find the best way for me to do that, because I sometimes can think myself into a hole of worrying about something that I can't do anything about. So I don't. And we're going to lock this mess up in 8 minutes.